Hello, Trista.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm well. It's been
Awesome.
warm for Norway. I've been Norwegianized, so now I'm like, I can't handle the heat. We hit 31 today,
Mhm.
the hottest day since I moved here 10 years ago.
Ooh, how is it? I hear it's gorgeous.
It's beautiful. Yeah,
Awesome.
I have no complaints.
That's awesome. I'm gonna let you have the floor. There's still people coming in and everything, but um, yeah, the first hour or first 30 minutes is yours. So I'll let you introduce yourself and we'll get started.
Okay, are we ready now?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I'm hoping my job will be good. Hello. Thank you, everyone who's joining us. I'm so grateful to see all of you. I have to put my glasses on so I can see all of you. Um, Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor and a pleasure to sit with all of you, depending on your time zone at 7 p.m. here. Um, so thank you, Andrew, for having me. And um, just gonna take a moment, if you would all just take a moment and have a deep centering breath with me. Just allow the spirit of our great mother to join us today for this entire beautiful session that has been put together. So many wonderful speakers. So ground your feet into the earth and set your intention for what you hope to feel and accomplish and manifest today. And we give thanks to the Great Mother for all that she freely gives us. So I'm Trista Hindren. I founded Girl God Books about 14 years ago because my daughter could not identify with a male image of God. I come from both a Christian and a Muslim background, and I was first raised very Christian fundamentalist and basically taught like everyone else is wrong. So I really wanted to raise my children in an interfaith household. And I tried to do that. But when my daughter was 5, we had this conversation that sparked my first book where she just couldn't identify with a male God. And she felt like this is something that's only for my brother, not for me. And um, it was very painful for me because I considered myself at that point as a feminist. And I really felt like I failed my daughter, but I also realized all the ways that patriarchal religion had failed me, that I hadn't even realized, that I just kind of accepted as, this is how life is. So, thank you, Andrew. Um, So, in any case, that sparked a spiritual journey for me. I did not come from this. I never planned actually to do this sort of work. I have an MBA. I was a mortgage broker for 13 years. Um, but I think this topic of manifestation is very interesting to me because it is something that is very near and dear to my heart. And I guess I started with this journey with Sark. I don't know who all is familiar with her, but I've done probably all her workbooks. And I remember a few years ago, I had loaned one of my workbooks that I had written all my dreams into the book, and didn't even think about that. I just knew she needed the book. But she's like, she read all my notes as well as the book, and she's like, "Do you realize that you have manifested every single thing that you set out for yourself all those years ago?" Um, and I hadn't actually. Um, I was a single mother for a while. I had a really difficult relationship with my children's father. He struggled with addictions, and basically, I lost everything. I lost my home. I had to file for bankruptcy. Um, it was really, really difficult. And basically, I made a list at that point of 45 things that I required in a man before I would even bother. I think that's what my headline was on the on my list. And then I just sort of put it away because my children were young. I was still breastfeeding my daughter at that time. And every once in a while I would pull it out again and look at it and maybe scratch out something or add something. Um, but I really wanted to spend that time with my children and focus and have that time be spent on their precious young childhoods. So then out of nowhere, um, 14 and a half years ago, the man of my dreams exactly appeared from Norway. And we just had like mutual Facebook friends, and he sent me a message and he's like, "Hi, this is Anders from Norway." And I was like, wow, he is so cute. So we started talking back and forth. And then I think 3 days later, we spent 8 hours straight talking nonstop. And we did that for like a week until we were both like too exhausted because it's a 9 hour time difference. So um, I'm big on manifestation. Um, I think it's so powerful, but I think it's also, I have a very strong, I think probably because of my Muslim experience, that I feel very strongly about social justice and wanting everybody to have everything that they deserve in life. And I think oftentimes that's where we get a little bit out of step with the manifestation, because of course everybody wants to have like this amazing life and all these, wonderful things. But really, where I would like to see manifestation go is manifesting for the entire world and for all the children of the world to bring back a matriarchy, um, bring back the world as it was meant to be instead of this patriarchal shit show that we are in right now. So, one of my practices every day is just on manifesting my dreams and my hopes for the world. And I think it's something, I think manifesting can be very, very simple. Like it doesn't have to be like this. I mean, I love vision boards. I haven't done one for a long time, but um, I think for me, it's like a daily practice in my bed before I get up every morning is thinking about like, um, first of all, I create circles of protection around all my friends, all my family, the people in Gaza, my family in Lebanon. Um, But then I also began to think about like not the reality that we're living in currently, but the reality that I would so like to see. And um, I think that we can reach that reality. It's just that we need more people to actually to begin envisioning it. One of my mentors was Carol P. Christ, who's a goddess foremother and theologian. And she always says, or said, she's passed unfortunately, that we cannot bring about a society of peace unless we can imagine it first. So I think one of the most important things about manifestation is thinking about this because it will benefit everybody, no matter how little or much money that you have. We really need a world that is centered on peace and justice and children. I think children need to be most important thing in the world, um, because children also bring joy to everybody. And to me, there's no greater joy than little kids. So um, I guess what I'd like to do is just ask you to join me in a visualization of what the world could be. And you can add in your own things, maybe if you want to put in into the chat. But let's just close our eyes and envision a world. Imagine for a moment with me a world where everybody has everything that they need. There's no hunger, there's no starvation, there's no crime, there's no stealing. We are living in love and abundance. Every meal is carefully curated. We have So much beautiful food, so much fruit from the vine. We have herbs everywhere. We have beautiful, beautiful flowers everywhere that we enjoy, that we can sit with our family in community. Every day we sit together in community and have breakfast and then lunch and then dinner. And each is a feast where everybody has enough and it's abundant and beautiful. So many olives, so many beautiful breads. You can fill in the blank, whatever your favorite food is. Food is a tricky subject now. But the important part is that everybody has enough and everybody has enough of what they want and what they need. They have the clothes that they love to wear, that they feel beautiful in. The women feel sensuous and sexy and beloved. The children feel they have the toys that they need, the love that they need, the support and the structures in place, the education or not. Maybe unschooling is appropriate here. Um, but just imagine how this world could be. The people of whatever gender could make love or not, be together or not, be in solitude, but always know that there was a community there waiting for them with love, acceptance, joy, peace. And we all were together in community. Women had their times together where, if they are bleeding, they can sit in solitude and rest. They can take care of each other, massage each other, tend to each other, and everybody has their turn. Everybody is taken care of. Everybody lives in a way that works for them and the community. And that's just a starting point because there's so much more we can envision. But then I think we also have to be practical and think, what do we need to do to make this kind of a world happen? So I don't know if anyone wants to write anything in the chat um, for ideas on that. Don't see anything, but I think we have a long ways to go, actually, before we hit this sort of a world. But I do think it's possible. So Andrew has written to the chat about the free gift that I'm offering. And it's an ebook of our anthology about Lilith. It's called Original Resistance, Reclaiming Lilith, Reclaiming Yourself. And I think part of reclaiming this world that we actually really want is in reclaiming these goddesses, especially the goddesses that maybe are not well known or not considered the nice goddesses. Deborah says, I'm getting no messages. That's okay. I think the messages will come when they're ready to come. I always like to say we're not living on patriarchal time, we're living on goddess time. And so many of the things that I have manifested, they didn't come right away. They came when they were ready. So one example I'll give is that thanks. So where to start with this one? This is going way back, but being a single mother, who actually had been married to a man with a considerable amount of money who just didn't feel like paying child support, I struggled with not getting child support for my children for, I don't even know, at least 5 years. And it was very frustrating because, kids are expensive. But um, but I kept putting it out there, and eventually I ended up getting all my back child support. And um, then I was able to buy the house that I live in now, which if I looked at it when I first looked at it, it was not exactly the house that I wanted to live in. It looked like a dump. And but the good thing was that we have 4 children between my husband and I, and it would fit all of us, and it was a house that we could afford. So we have spent 7 years fixing it up, and now it is my dream house. But one of the aspects of this house when we purchased it is that there was a marina down the street, and I've always loved boats, and I grew up with boats, and but I hadn't had one for a long time. So when we purchased this house, I had the intention that it would be a shame to live in this home 2 blocks from a marina and not have a boat. So a few months ago, um, we got a notification out of the blue that we had a spot at the marina. So that took 7 years. And then I said, great, we don't have a boat. So I kind of just left that up to my husband because I had no idea even what we would find. And I kind of just thought we would just get some dumpy little boat. Then out of nowhere, a man came with this beautiful wooden um, boat that's like 45 years old. That's like our dream boat. And he basically wanted almost nothing for the boat. He just wanted to know that the people who would have the boat from then on would be um, people that would take good care of it and love the boat and honor the boat and cherish the boat. So now we have this gorgeous boat, but it didn't happen all at once. So um, yeah, so I'm enjoying. So I'm just gonna try to keep up on some of these comments. That Katie says, we women have to come together as one to be able to come into our power and to the life that was meant for each of us. Yes, I think that's so important. And one of the things that always kind of confuses people is that I say that my sister-in-laws in Lebanon, who are Shia Muslims, have a much better life than most of the Western women that I know. And primarily, I think that's because of the community that they have there, and that, every day when I was doing the manifestation earlier, I was thinking about that every day they do come together in community. And I don't know how many of you make Lebanese food, but I do a lot because I love it. It's not really a one-person job. It's really meant for like 5 or 6 different families to each contribute like their best dish and then come together and share. And I think so much of what we're missing now is this ability to come together. And there, of course, there are some sacrifices in being in close community, but I think actually you get so much more out of it than what you lose, because I think we're really missing out on the loving connections. And of course, we have some groups that get together as women, women's groups, women's circles, and those are really wonderful. And if you're not a part of one, I would really encourage everybody here to become a part of one, or if you're a man or gender nonconforming, to find a group that works for you. Actually, that word sounds really bad as it comes out of my mouth, gender nonconforming. That was a bit strange phrasing, but anyway, gender fluid. I don't think any of us want to be conforming. Yeah, I don't see why we should just submit to this random binary of how people should be. Don't know if anyone else wants to put anything in on the comments.
Hi,
I'd
Trista.
love this to be a bit more interactive. Yes.
I was wondering if you had a process, another process that you could walk us through to help us break or surrender to our manifestations.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult for a lot of us because I think patriarchy instills shame in all of us, particularly women. Um, so for me, actually, I'm going to bring in another boat metaphor because this boat, I think if I knew what I was getting into when my husband said because we brought the boat across the Norwegian Sea, it took us 8 days, and it's a wooden boat. I have bruises all over my body, like I'm sore everywhere. Um, I don't think I would have agreed, although it that's what needed to happen to bring the boat here. But what I realized when I was on the boat is, and I think this is a tendency I've had my entire life, I'm 50, is that I'm always bracing myself. I'm bracing my whole body and like, oh, it's all tensed up, waiting for the next wrong thing to happen. And one of the things that I really learned on the boat, I think probably the best lesson was you just have to surrender to the waves. And, if there's a big, massive waves, you actually have to go straight into them. And that's the best way for like to get through the process quickly and safely. And life is much the same, I think, that we just have to I think there's a Toni Morrison quote, and it's not about the waves, but it's something like if you surrendered to the wind, you could ride it. And instead of being like, ooh, resisting, just surrendering into the flow. And, I think everyone has to come to their own, maybe almost desperation before they get to that point where you can just surrender and say, okay, you know what? This is what's going to happen, and it will be great. Ultimately, it will end up as it's meant to be, and it won't be terrible or hard. It will just be the process, and whatever comes out of it, you will learn from it, and um, it will be beautiful.
I Sorry again, I'm here. I was wondering, do you have a process to help women and men, if there's any in the audience, to break free from patriarchy and to break free from that shame and guilt that come with manifestation at all? That you could walk us
I
through
think,
or anything like that?
yeah, sorry for my dog. I should have moved her outside. Um, I think breaking through and out of patriarchy is a lifelong process because it's so ingrained and it's been with us for at least 5,000 years. And so we have to be gentle with ourselves because I still catch myself and I've been active in trying to, um, and I even have a book about reprogramming yourself from patriarchy. Um, there's so much in our society, whether it's like Bible verses, like hymns, like, so we've rewritten two of the books that we've done are rewritten hymns and Christmas songs because you don't even think about, like Christmas songs every year are reindoctrinating you every single year into Christianity, whether you want them to or not, because they're blared from everywhere. The hymns, every time, even if you don't go to church, every time you go to a funeral or a wedding, you hear all this reindoctrination. So, like, we came together as community and rewrote a lot of the words to these songs so that they would have a different meaning instead of this patriarchal indoctrination. Because the other thing is, like, again, to quote Carol P. Christ, is that so many of us, even if we like disengage from patriarchy, whenever we hit a really rough spot in our life, a lot of us will come back to um, a Bible verse or a hymn or something to be soothing to us. But is it really soothing? Not really, because it's just reindoctrinating this acceptance of a world order that never should have been in the first place. So I think we have to like go back so far into all the different things. And I do think it's important to reclaim them as our own and come up with our own words, our own prayers, our own everything, because um, the way that the world has been set up does not work for most people, including most men. Um, okay, so Sue, can you share some of the female words to songs? Yeah, okay. So like for instance, we just recently put up a anthology on Asherah, who is a hidden goddess in the Bible. You can find her mentioned 40 times in the Bible. So those of us who grew up in the church probably grew up singing "How Great Thou Art." And I don't know if I'll remember all the words. The thing is, this is how insidious patriarchy is. Even though I have rewritten at least 10 of these hymns myself, I still have to, and I don't have a book handy here, I still have to almost always look at the book myself as I sing the song because I will still revert to the patriarchal lyrics of the song. So instead of like, "Oh Lord, my God, when I in awesome wonder," then we change it to "Oh Asherah, when I in awesome wonder consider all of the worlds thy hands have made. I see the stars, I hear the falling thunder, thy path throughout the universe displayed. Then sings my soul, my God is always be. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, God is always be. How great thou art. How- Um, anyway, just little shifts. Um, and I think the next verse gets into like how we burnt her body. And, we have desecrated the body of the goddess. We've desecrated the body of the living Mother Earth. We've desecrated all of these goddesses that have been with us for hundreds of thousands of years. Um, and it hasn't benefited anybody. And we are seeing the end of our natural world. Like, if we don't come together now and change this, we're done. And that's a terrible thing to think about, but we have to actually do something to stop it. Um, Andrea, did I answer your question?
Hi. It cleared a little bit of things up, yeah. But thank you for sharing and thank you for giving us a little bit of processes and some talks about patriarchy and how we can escape it. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, put the camera down. I look so incredibly white. One second. Okay, there, I'm a brownie. Okay. All righty. So yeah, that was awesome. Thank you again so much, Trista, for being here and for sharing your magic today. Okay, so I'm
Thank
gonna
you so
take,
much for having me, Andrew.
you're welcome. And I put your free gift and the way to contact you um in the chat. So if anybody wants to reach out to you for questions or to partake in your free gift, it's there for them to do so. Here we go. Okay. I think someone did have a question. I feel your pain and concerns and maybe aligning the divine masculine alongside the divine feminine. I don't think that's a question, it's more so a comment, but do you have a response to that?
Um, hmm. I think we've had a long reign of the divine masculine, and I don't know that I would even really call it the divine masculine. I would call it oppression, but certainly the divine masculine is a beautiful thing when it is in alignment with the divine. And I think my husband and my son are very good examples of that. Um, I do you think though that we need to be discerning about um, what masculine we let in because it has been destructive for a long time, and also I think women need to have um, some healing around what has been done for so many thousands of years. So it will take time, but of course, yeah, with a perfect union is both and all, and either or, all, all of the above.
Mhm.
So it's it's complicated, but we'll get there.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay. Thank you again so much for your expertise and for sharing your magic again. It was really wonderful to have you and wonderful to share in all of your delightful knowledge. Okay. I'm
Thank you
going
so
to,
much. I hope it's a really wonderful event, and
yeah,
I know it will be. So
yes. Okay, let me remove your spotlight. Okay, there we go. Thank you again, Trista. Okay, so now it's my turn. Hi, everybody. My name is Andrew Aura Alamar. And for those of you who don't know me, I am a psychic intuitive, psychic medium, and energy healer. And I specialize in narcissistic abuse, family trauma, CPTSD. But today, the topic about this event is about manifestation, about surrendering. So, what we're going to do is a healing about surrender regarding your surrender. And I think Trista did have a really great point in um, the patriarchal understanding of manifestation and surrender. So we're going to break free from that today as well. For all of those of you who feel more so stuck in the patriarchal understanding of manifestation, but also I would like to do a healing to find out what and where you're blocked. Where in your bodies do you feel blocked when you think about the thing you wish to manifest the most? And what I want you to do in this moment is I want you to think about the thing you want the most. Pick one thing that you want the absolute most, and I want you to allow it to fill your body up. Fill up your soul, feel the excitement of that thing, feel every emotion around the thing you wish to manifest in your body. And if resistance comes up, I want you to place your hand over the place where the resistance is in your body. And then I want you to begin tapping as you feel that resistance. And the reason why I kind of use them in tandem in a sense of the resistance will show up is because there is something blocking you from having the thing you want the most. There is something in the way of fear or discomfort, sadness, sickness, anger, resentment, whatever. There is something in the way of you getting it, otherwise, you'd already have it. So I want you to feel into the thing you wish to manifest fully, completely. And then as you're feeling into it, what I want you to do is follow that discomfort. The thing that might be a little bit strange is that that discomfort will move throughout your body. So I want you, as you place your hand on the pain, the place where the pain or discomfort starts, place your hand there and tap very lightly. The reason why we're tapping is it's more so a somatic exercise to release that pain and also bring in calmness, bring in safety as it leaves your body. And as you're tapping, just focus on that, focus on the discomfort, focus on whatever is coming up, the story that you're telling yourself as to why you cannot have the thing you wish to manifest. And the next thing I want you to do again is I want you to follow it if it moves throughout your body. And if it does move, follow it with your hand, no matter where it is. If it's on your eye, do it. If it's on your nose, do it. Mouth, wherever. I want you to follow it and I want you to continue tapping. And then now what I want you to do is relax and get comfortable. This healing might get a little bit intense. So afterwards, get some minerals if you need it or a snack, because things are about to get a little wonderful and intense. Okay. So dive deep into yourself. And again, allow the thing you wish to manifest the most to fill up your body, allow its intensity to rise within you. And as it does, the things that have ailed you in the sense of the understanding around what's stopping you will arise. And I want you to feel where it arises and place your hand over it and begin tapping lightly. And as you do, again, feel it. Allow yourself to really get deep into the emotions of it. In this instance, we're only using the thing we want to manifest as a catalyst to eradicate the parts in which keep you stuck from surrendering to the thing you wish to manifest. Alrighty. Now I'm going to enter into your energetic spaces so I can clearly see those things that are stopping you, those things that are in the way, the anger, hatred, resentments, fears, discomfort, all of that. And even those who might be stuck in this wounded patriarchal understanding of what manifestation is supposed to look like. So we'll give you the understanding of what it's supposed to look like specifically for you, based on what you want, what your inner children want, and what feels best for you. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. And remember, you all, to follow the discomfort or the pain wherever it goes. Okay, so I'm going to call in source. I'm going to call in source energy. That can be God, whoever you feel connected to, God, Lilith, whoever. I usually like to use God, but before I like to bring in God, what I want to do, what I'm going to do is relearn you about who God is, showing you the true God, the one who is of conditional love. And that God can be man or woman. It could be goddess, whatever you feel the most connected to. What I'm going to do is bring them in first, again, recalibrating you to understanding who they truly are in unconditional love, support, and nurturing. And then I want them to show you that before they do any touching or healing or taking of any pain that are lingering within your bodies. And then I'm going to download supreme safety as this God begins to approach you, as this source energy begins to approach you to assist in this healing. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. I'm ready. What I'm seeing through a few of you is that there are some of you who hold on to resentments, past resentments in your ancestral lineage and in your current life and throughout your inner children. And that is a reasoning as to why you cannot move forward in your manifestations. Not all of you, but some of you. There also seems to be a little bit of family trauma, a little bit of fear of leaving someone behind. There's also a discomfort around having or being forced to save someone. There's also a belief that it's not possible for you to have the thing you wish to manifest. So what I'm going to do is bring source close to you. And what I want Source to do is wrap their arms around you in unconditional love. And I want to bring forth your inner children to have that same support by Source as well, and your ancestry. Because this pain goes back very, very far, very, very many lifetimes. And we're going to remove and extract it throughout all those lifetimes and throughout all of your inner children from the time of conception, the time of birth, and all the way up until now. Ooh, excuse me. Let go of the resistance and give it to God. Give it to Source. Give it to Goddess. Allow your inner children to give it to Source. Give it to God as well. Give up those resentments. Give up that pain. Give up that anger, hatred, rage, fear, sadness, guilt, and shame. Give it all to Source. When I said that, a few of you got a little bit anxious, a little bit afraid. And that's okay. It's valid. It's because you don't know who you are with the emptiness of not having those things that kept you stuck. So what we'll do is fill you with unconditional love, worthiness, enoughness, and wholeness. And I'll bring down your higher selves to begin to reweave the person, the being, the spirit you were supposed to be. No judgment, but when I say supposed to be, meaning that part of you that should have been given the understanding that you deserve all that you desire. You're worthy, enough, and valuable for all that you desire. Something heavy just lifted off of somebody's solar plexus and womb space. Love it. Ooh, excuse me. Wow. Your inner children seem to be stuck in this idea that they have to be stuck because your parents were stuck, because your parents didn't know release, because your parents didn't know abundance or prosperity in most aspects of their lives. So let's eradicate that, remove that, delete that. And we're bringing your higher self to reweave again what life was supposed to have been like, for you to see abundance, for you to trust abundance, have faith in it, believe in it, and accept it as your reality. And that abundance is not just monetarily, it's in love, health, wealth, relationships, joy, happiness, peace, harmony. I'm going to download how to and what it feels like to surrender. And surrender with unconditional love, surrender with safety. Because as soon as I mentioned surrender, that anxiety flared back up in some of you, a few of you. So I'll also show you how to what it feels like to understand that surrender is safe. Show you how to what it feels like to understand safe surrender. To show you that you have to surrender something, especially the parts of you that have suffered so long and so much and so deeply, in order to be open to receiving the things you wish to manifest. Excuse me. Ready? Right. So it seems like there are a few of you who are having a little bit of a hard time letting go of the old storylines. So what I'm going to do is remove, extract, and erase, eradicate, delete the part of you who've grown addicted to it, addicted to the victimization of those old timelines, patterns, paradigms, addicted to the excuses, addicted to the pain, addicted to suffering, and will also release any lasting oaths, vows, contracts, swears, promises, and selling of your souls, selling of yourselves to any deities, God, the devil, and any deity who we don't remember because they've lost their name throughout the thousands of years. Excuse me. There we go. It was a lot clearer. It feels like someone's heart space has cleared up a bit. A lot, actually. Excuse Alrighty. I'm seeing a bit of discomfort in the womb space. So I'm going to do is bring in a little bit more help. And I'm going to bring in Jesus and Mother Mary. Again, before we do anything, before they touch you or touch your energy, what I want to do is recalibrate you to understanding who they truly are in unconditional love and nurturing. I want you to see that and feel that and reintroduce yourselves to them more so that you can get an understanding of who they are, what they have to offer you, and that they're here just to help heal your divine feminine and divine masculine, to recalibrate, to realign, to rebuild. And what I want them to do is connect to your womb spaces. And I want them to remove those old paradigms connected to not only patriarchy, but um, the feminine and the masculine, especially in the most unhealthy senses. And recalibrate what they're supposed to look like, feel like, sound like, smell like, taste like, even. And how they're both supposed to come together in harmony to nurture and uplift the other, while also giving you the understanding of what and who you are through them both. Healing the wounds that have collected throughout your lifetime. There we go. Ooh, excuse me. And what we'll do with them is remove, extract, delete, erase, eradicate any lasting mother and father wounding going back throughout your entire ancestral lineage and throughout them as well, and all of their inner children, all of your inner children. Healing those two woundings, and releasing the pain, rage, guilt, shame, resentment, and turmoil that exists because of those woundings throughout you, your ancestry, and all of your past lives. Bringing you into full and complete harmony. Yeah, feels much better. There is still someone who still feels trapped, stuck. So, what I want you to do specifically is I want you to ask yourself why. Why does it still serve you to be stuck? Why are you so afraid to be free? Why are you so afraid to have the thing you really truly wish to manifest? How does it serve you to still stay stuck? How does it protect you? How does it keep you safe? Why does it keep you safe? And then as you wait for the answers, see those who it connects with. What if it connects to your mother and father, more so your mother? And I think there's, in a sense, this part of you that's connected to your mother, father as well, to their nervous systems and how they struggled in their lives, not only in love, but in every aspect. How you're almost playing the martyr for them. So remove martyrdom and remove that part of you that feels like you have to suffer alongside your family, whether you're connected to them or not. Disconnect you in a healthy way, giving you the proper understanding of who you should be in your highest magnitude and your highest vibration and your highest levels of attraction. Surrendering all that no longer serves you so that you can finally attract all that you wish to manifest, all that you deserve, your birthright. When I said deserve, someone said I deserve nothing, and they're unconscious. So we're going to eradicate that because it feels like it's, again, connected to a family member, a few of them who felt less than. So we'll bring God to them, we'll bring source to them, and completely at the root eradicate that issue, eradicate that belief, giving you complete and total confidence and trust in yourself. We'll make it a gradual thing because too fast might scare them away. So we'll let it gradually transform them and you as we make it to completeness in this section for the healing. There we go. I'm going to keep that energy going, finishing off this healing or bringing it to completion, I'll say. And then we're going to bring you all back into your body as the healing is completing. And what we'll do is we'll ground you all out, bringing in the Schumann's resonance so that you guys can feel that balancing from Mother Earth and Mother Nature, bringing in her root systems to release and remove and extract any lasting parts that are keeping you stuck. Then, as we bring you back completely, we'll bring you back into your body where you're sitting comfortably at home safely. And then we'll bring things to completion. As I send back your energy, blessed and transmuted, dripping with divine love, and take back my energy, blessed and transmuted, dripping with divine love. And finally, when you're ready, you can open your eyes, coming back fully and completely. Okay. And in my last 4 minutes, what I'll do is tell you guys about my offer and free gift. Okay. So if you guys want to work with me further, I think now is the best time to do so. There are 2 tiers to the VIP pass. The first tier is lifetime access to not only the first day, but the second day, which is today, of the live event summit. So that's 20 plus speakers of healing, transformation, downloads, sound bowl singing, all that stuff. But if you want to upgrade to tier 2, that is the recordings of both live events and a session with me for $97. And that is there for you guys below. You could also email me if you have any questions about that. I put my email there for you guys as well. And my free gift is a channeled healing featuring myself and the amazing Shantana that heals love and money with Zeus and Athena. It's very long, so get some popcorn and relax. Get in your whatever, your relaxation, your robes, your underwear, your socks, your mittens, muffins, whatever, tea and all that jazz, because it is quite long. But it is really deep, really powerfully intense healing, releasing whatever is ailing you when it comes to whatever blocking you from having your greatest abundance in money, but also what is ever blocking you from having your greatest abundance in love, because they are very much intrinsically linked. And if you have an issue with one, you will have an issue with the other. So we came together to do a really powerful healing in or with love or through love, with love and money, because they are very much linked and their energies are very much similar. So that is also there for you guys as well. So it's a lot of healing. Not only do you get a lot of healing in the both events and all 20 speakers, but you get it in the free gift. So make sure to make good on those offers. They're there for you. Again, I'll post it again so you have it. And also, you have so many other people to look forward to. And the next speaker is here next. Love her. I'm excited for you guys to experience her energy and her amazing, amazing healings. Her name is Jean Adrian. I will take the spotlight off of me so that you guys can't. Oh, I didn't push send. Okay, there we go. I'll take the spotlight off of me so that you guys can meet Jean Adrian. And there we go. Here you are. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing wonderfully.
You know,
Thanks
the
for
work
being
you
here.
just did was so amazing.
Thank you.
What a
I'm so
blessing to the
grateful to
world
have
you
you. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to have you. And thank you so much for being here so early. I'm excited to see your magic. And thank you again so much for being here. I'll
are.
give
Oh,
you the
you're very
floor.
welcome.
Okay.
All right, so today I want to share some different information from what I have shared in the past when I've been with this group and other groups. Um, so I want to follow on to the work that you were just doing and talk about wounding. It's like, we know that these wounds hold us back in so many areas of our life. They kind of keep us stuck, they keep us crippled, they keep us from really being the best that we can be for each one of us. But where do they come from? How did it happen? And why would we do that to ourselves? Because, we're responsible and accountable, and we've created these wounds, with our own thoughts. And unfortunately, we did it unwittingly in most cases. Sometimes we inherited the wounds from ancestors or other lifetimes. But what happens is, and I'll try to make it in a nutshell, and then we'll do some healing work around that. But what happens is that our body is listening all the time, wherever we are, whatever we're doing. And our body knows every other body in the universe. I mean, they're all best friends because they've been together a lot. Um, and so if you may not be aware of stuff that's happening, your body certainly is. And I'm going to give you an example. So let's imagine that we're at a meeting in a large room, and there are, let's say, 100 people here. And you walk into the room, and maybe you're feeling a little bit insecure about being with this many people and a lot of people you don't know, and whatever else, it brings up all that stuff about imposter syndrome. Am I good enough? Blah, blah. Okay, so you walk into the room, and somewhere on the other side of the room, a person sees you walk in, and they say, or think even, they don't even have to say it out loud, they think something derogatory about you. Perhaps out of jealousy, perhaps out of misinformation, or maybe they're just not a happy person to begin with. But let's just say that I'm walking into the room and somebody goes, "Ah, there's that Jean again, and what a tacky shirt she has on today." I would never hear that because I would be on the opposite side of the room, totally out of earshot, lots of noise, a lot of stuff in between. My body hears it all. And here's where the wounds get started. So at that point, the body has a choice. Am I just going to say, that was that person's opinion and it's certainly not true about me, and let it go? But it happened. Or am I going to take it personally and begin to think about it? Wow, I wonder if she's true, if what she thinks is true, and maybe I'm not pretty enough. Maybe I should never have worn this outfit. It's just not flattering because she said it wasn't, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the wounding starts way out in your aura at that point where your body connected with that other body and heard what that person said or realized what that person thought. So if the choice is to let it go, there will never be a wound created. But if the choice is to hold on to it and start to think about it, that wound is beginning to form, and it's way out in your aura, probably in your spiritual, energetic body on the other side of the room. And if you keep thinking about it, you still have a chance to let it go. Yeah, you know what? I've thought that over, and that was wrong. She wasn't right. So I'm not that. So I'm going to let it go. But if you don't, you bring it closer to you, and it's, it was in the mental body when you were thinking about it. It's in the emotional body when you start feeling about it, and your feelings get hurt. You're like, oh, this makes me shamed. This makes me sad. This makes me angry. Feelings begin to glom on to this piece of energy that came floating at you from somebody you didn't even know on the other side of the room. And you can let it go there, or you can bring it inside the body. And that's when the wound gets implanted. And the body's very organized about where it will put these wounds. It's going to put them in one of your chakras, or it's going to put them in an acupuncture meridian point somewhere on your body. And guess what? Chakras and acupuncture meridian points are all associated with organs and glands. So if you hang on to these things and you let them get inside you and become things, lumps, growths, whatever, you can make yourself sick. So emotional, mental, and spiritual wounds can also become physical wounds if you don't deal with them. So why wouldn't you deal with them? Today I'm going to talk to you about some tools that you can use for your own self to deal with these wounds that might be mental, emotional, or spiritual, or physical. And you have to fix them where they were created. So I can't fix today what happened 2 years ago in that meeting when the lady talked about my tacky shirt. But I could go back because there's no such thing as time. And I can become that me in that moment and deal with whatever this is and let it go. So it's really easy and it's beautiful. And the tool that I use personally is the tool that I developed. It's called InnerSpeak. It's a language of the soul. It's a language that allows your soul to communicate with you at a conscious level so that you can find those wounds and deal with them and release them and heal yourself. Now, many years ago, actually in 2002, when I had an enlightenment experience and received all of this information, I didn't really quite know what to do with it. I started trying to take it out to the masses, but the masses didn't understand it. And it was a struggle because I didn't know how to get people to avail themselves of the gift that I'd been given. So it's taken me a good 20 plus years to begin to figure this out. And also, it's taken me that long for people to raise their consciousness up enough that they're willing to deal with their stuff and become accountable, responsible, and let it go. Because we were sent here to be beings of love and to enjoy life and enjoy life abundantly. Masters throughout the ages have told us that. So let's talk about InnerSpeak. What is it? It's a tool that will take you to the point where you created the wound. And you don't need to know where that point is because the tool is just going to take you there and give you what you need to know to weave a healing story and to let it go so that it doesn't come all the way into the physical body and make you sick or block your finances or cause a car wreck, or a train wreck in your life. We want to do this before that stuff happens. So it's a book of 144 files of information. Each file has 36 pieces of information in it. And I use muscle testing or kinesiology to work with a client to let their higher self say the information that needs to be known for that person at that time in order to help them release whatever's holding them back. And so I was struggling, and I struggled for a goodly number of years. And finally, one day, my guide, who actually is the one that brought InnerSpeak to me, Archangel Michael, came to me and he said, Jean, you could write a book about this, but nobody's going to read it. Why don't you make a deck of cards? Because people love to play with cards, and I'll show you how to do it. So out of that came a deck of cards that I call the InnerSpeak cards. And they're available at Amazon, they're available on my website. But what they are a very small subset of the big InnerSpeak process that will enable you, in the comfort of your own home all by yourself, to deal with your own wounds. So it's a pretty simple process, and I'm going to demonstrate it for you. There are 7 different little decks of cards inside the box. The red deck is where you created the problem for yourself. The orange deck is what happened. The yellow deck is what did this do to your soul. The blue deck is a stuck belief that happened at the time you created the wound that needs to be acknowledged and released. The green deck are the clearings that you're going to do to let it go. The violet deck are blessings that you get from the angels for doing the work and doing the work for yourself to heal yourself. And then there's a 7th deck, indigo, and these are just locations. So let me turn it front side up, where a lifetime took place if the source is a past life. So what I want to do today is demonstrate this for you to show you how easy it is to clear old wounds and to let yourself move forward. So what I want to work on today is whatever is holding us stuck in financial lack and fear. So let's just take a moment, surrender to Spirit, and ask for help to do that. And I'm just going to say a little prayer. Mother, Father God, I lift up to you this amazing group, and I ask that we be taken to the source of whatever it is that needs to be released so that we can let go of blocks on our financial prosperity and blocks that are keeping us in fear. Thy will, not my will, be done. Okay, So now I'm going to work with the red deck first, and I'm just going to shuffle them a little bit and get old energy off of these cards. Okay, and I am going to pick a card. Let's see, it's this one right here. Guess what it says? Self-sabotage to avoid transforming. Okay, well, I'm going to pick another card to get us a little bit more information. And we know we always do it to ourselves, but let's see why, where we got the idea for this pattern. And this one is jumping out at me. It says parallel or future life. So what this means is that this is an obstacle that we've created for ourselves in another dimension because we're multidimensional beings. I don't know how many dimensions we exist in, but over 100 probably at the same time. And so in some other dimension, we have created this thing about lack and blocking our money and blocking our joy. And it is bleeding over into the now moment where we are now. And we need to get out of resonance with that and heal it over there in that other dimension so that it doesn't make that train wreck I talked about earlier for us in our life. All right, next deck, orange. This is the setup. This is what's going on with an aspect of our soul in another dimension. So let me shuffle it up a little bit, and I'm going to pick 2 of the orange cards. These are the setup. And it's this one right there, and this one right here. Okay, so what it says is betrayal, being lied to or lying. And this one says being punished for something we didn't do, punished for another person's misdeeds. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Or is it just me? All right, the yellow cards. This is what this has done to this aspect of our soul in another dimension, and it's how we're being impacted. So let me shuffle them up a little bit, and I'm going to pick a yellow card. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It says, our inflow, money, love, and creativity has been shut down. You saw it. I picked it. All right. And there is a stuck belief. The blue cards. Let me shuffle them up so that you know I'm not faking this. Okay, and it's this one. The stuck belief is, I'm not taken seriously. Nobody takes me seriously. Okay, so we've got a frame of reference for clearing this. Let's do it. We got green cards. Ba-ding. So you shuffle up the green cards. And I'm going to pull 3. I'm just letting my higher self guide me as to what we as a group need to do in order to be able to clear up this mess that's being created in another lifetime. I mean, another dimension. Okay, so we're going to do that one, this one, and that one. Okay, the very first one that I picked says connect heart to heart with this person in another dimension, this aspect of myself, and ask, what can I do to help them? So just close your eyes and go find an aspect of yourself in another dimension that has shut down their money, their creativity, their flow, because they don't think they're being taken seriously, and because they've been betrayed, they've been lied to, and they've been punished for things they didn't do. So go find this piece of your soul, connect heart to heart, and ask, what can I do to help you? Okay, what my aspect said was help me to get over it. And you all, I'm sure everybody got something different. Okay, so the next card says call in an angel and ask for help. So the angel that I'm going to suggest that we call in is an angel by the name of Stamera. Stamera is the angel of forgiveness. So I want you to invite Stamera to be present with this aspect of you in another dimension and to counsel that aspect and support that aspect in forgiving whoever it was that betrayed them, all the people that didn't take them seriously, and everybody that punished that person for things they didn't do. So just invite Stamera to go be present in another dimension and help an aspect of your soul. Okay. And now the next card says to confront yourself in a mirror. And it says to have the old identity shatter, to reveal who you really are. So what this means is that we're each wearing a mask that belongs to this aspect of our soul in another dimension. It's really not our mask. But rather than shatter it, I'm going to take a little bit more gentle approach. Imagine you're looking at yourself in a mirror and see yourself overshadowed by this being who can't receive. And I want you to just from your heart in love, blow gently on the image on that mirror. So you blow away the mask so that you can see who you really are, the beautiful being of light that you are. And that restores you back into your essence, not a wrong essence, if you will. Not, wrong is probably not a good word for that, but yeah. So that you're out of resonance with lack and blocked inflow. And for having the courage to show up today and to do this work, you're going to get blessings from the angels. And those are the violet cards. So I'm going to pick 3 of those so that we all get blessings. This one, and this one. So the first blessing that we're each receiving for doing this work is a healing from your awakened inner. The second blessing is a blessing of union and the ability to receive, to accept love from yourself, from your body, from Creator God, Mother, Father, God, from your family, from a partner, union. And the third blessing is courage to follow your heart's command so that you can go make what you want happen in your reality. And it's gratitude that owns every clearing. So just take a moment now and give thanks. Give thanks to Mother, Father, God, to your angels, teachers, and guides. Give thanks to your higher self. Give thanks to your body and your body's higher self. Give thanks to your team and your body's team. And I ask that all of our reference points and grids are updated. I ask for a balancing and a stabilization of our fields and all systems, levels, and components of our being. And I ask that we're all now wrapped in sheets of rainbow light, gently sealing all of this in to whatever degree is appropriate for your spiritual evolutionary state. So be it, and so it is. And a lot of people ask me, oh, why do you do that at the end? If you don't update your reference points and your grids, when you do a clearing on yourself and you don't do that, it's like you're looking at the world through an old prescription set of eyeglasses and you didn't swap it out for the new prescription. The outer world is going to look exactly the same as it did before you did the clearing work. So always, whenever you're working on yourself, remember to ask the universe to update your reference points and update your grids. It's very simple, and it'll make a huge difference in all the work that you do. So my free gift to you today is I've taken these cards, the ones that I told you can get on Amazon or on my website, and I've actually automated them into an online tool. It's like a game. And I'm going to give each of you a free month subscription to the online version of the InnerSpeak cards. All you got to do is send me an email, jean@jeanadrian.com, and just ask me. Say you saw me on the show today and you would like your free subscription, and you can use those cards for a month. But I'm going to tell you, don't do it more than once a day, because you've got to honor your body. And if you can overwork your body, and you can throw yourself into a healing crisis if you do too much work too fast. This is not a race. This is a process. And you got all the time in the world. And I'm going to give you a free month to do that. If you decide to continue this subscription, it's $9.99 for an unlimited forever subscription to the cards. So that's my gift for you today. I'll tell you more about that at the end. But I want to do a little bit more healing work for you today with your DNA, because that's one of the things that my guides gave me as a job to do. I was minding my own business, driving my car one day, and because a lot of my good information comes when I drive, and my guides told me that they wanted to talk to me about DNA. And they told me that at some point in the evolution of the human species, we had 144 strands of DNA. We were meant to be immortals. And at some point, another species that was dying, they'd rendered themselves sterile because they became too technological. And they were dying away. And so they got in their little traveling vehicles, whatever, we'll call them a spaceship, and they began searching the universes, and they found this beautiful blue planet that had a species on it that had 144 strands of DNA. And they came here, they worked with us, and we worked with them willingly, even though a lot of people want to talk conspiracy theory about this. We did this in love to help them out. And when they left, we had 2 strands of DNA, and they had what they needed to heal their species, and they are still in existence. And we didn't know that associated with every strand of DNA is one of our spiritual gifts. So we gave away our gifts when we gave away our DNA. And so my guide said, it's time for us to have that back, because we are now at that place where we've all been waiting for, where our consciousness is going high and we're ascending to where we've always wanted to be. But we need to have all of our tools. We need to have all of our gifts with us. And so they told me that my job was to draw 142 pictures that would each hold the frequency of a latent strand of DNA, and make these available to people to activate their own DNA. So I'm going to give you an example. I'm just going to pull random. Here's an example. This is the DNA strand of astonishment. And what it says is that this attribute enables you to appreciate even the smallest wonder you perceive. Your childlike innocence is restored. That's this one. So I want you to invite your higher self to work with the energetic fields and the guides to activate the DNA strand of astonishment within you, your body, and your teams. And let me pull another one. Actually, 2 came out. The next one is joy. This says, with this activation, your divine nature is restored, and the feelings of joy become fixed in your field. So let's ask our higher selves to work with the energetic fields and the guides to activate the DNA strand of joy in our divine line. Same for our body, same for our team. And the other one that came out was this one. This is the DNA strand of embodiment. And it says, you are the embodiment of a unique aspect of Source. You are one with the I Am, and this activation enables you to be the power that is your divine birthright. Invite your higher self to activate the DNA strand of embodiment in your divine line. Same for your body, same for your team. And let's also ask that our reference points and grids be updated. Let's ask for a balancing and a stabilization of our fields as well. So, how are you guys feeling? Well, I guess you're all on mute, so you can't answer me, but I'm hoping that you're feeling much better with this work. So I want to invite you to be very gentle with yourselves, because you need to process this. You need to allow your body the time that it takes to fully integrate this really powerful work that we've done. I mean, it may seem like it's very easy, but it's deep, I promise you. So I'm going to kind of do sort of a recap of what Andra did. I'm going to explain to you how are the different ways that you can work with me. I work with individuals every day. I work on Zoom, and feel free to book a session with me. A session with me takes about an hour, and it's $144. One of the deepest ways to work with me is through my mentorship program. And that's going to be 12 weeks or 12 sessions, because the sessions build on each other. So that, you can find all this on my website. And I have a group called Thrive. It's the first Saturday of every month. It's $44 just to join. And I do a group session using the full version of the work, not the cards, for the group that comes together on Thrive. So that's a third way. And then if this is something that really speaks to your heart and you want to learn how to do it, I teach this. The teaching is in two phases. I teach first kind of general how to use the work and a small subset of the files. I don't lay all 144 of them on you at once because that would be overwhelming. And you practice with that for a while. And then if you want to take it deeper, then you can come back for the second level of the class. And when you graduate from the second level of the class, you're able to teach the first level to others. So these are the different ways that you can work with me. And I hope to see you again in the future. And again, send me an email, jean@jeanadrian.com, and tell me that you want your subscription. And I'd be happy to give you a link. So it's been great fun working with you today. I hope that everybody receives everything their heart desires out of all of the speakers. And till the next time, much love and ciao.
Thank you so much, Jean. That was awesome. You're always awesome and amazing. So
Aw.
thank you so much for sharing your magic and for brightening our day and showing us a new modality. Your modality is awesome. I learned it. Shameless plug.
Thank you.
But thank you. Thank you so much for being here and for spending your Monday with us.
All right. And best wishes.
Thank you. You too. Bye. Okay. So our next speaker is, I believe it's Jenith. Am I correct? It is. Okay. I'm all over the place. Sorry, you guys. Okay, so I'm going to bring Jenith on stage and I'll remove your spotlight, Jean, and put Jenith's spotlight on. There you go. Hi.
Hi,
How are you?
how are you?
I'm doing good. Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
I'll
Funny
let you
when.
have the floor.
All right, fabulous. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Jenith Blackert, and I am a Arcturian dragon channel. And this has been evolving through me for many, many years. I started this work in almost 2006. And I wrote a book called Seven Dragons, A Guide to a Limitless Mind that just kind of almost came and was done within 90 days, and we self-published it. And I worked and we created it to be a bestseller. And those little dragons just wouldn't leave me alone. And so as I've worked with master teachers and healers, I've developed this gift to have this weird fifth dimensional energy, so to speak, that I call awesomeness. Now, I later found out that I was just seeking for a little, a word to call this, like, kind of like from a different universe, a way to heal bodies. and I didn't know what to call it. So I just was looking for a word, and what came through my mind was like this awe stuff, right? So I was like, well, it's kind of awesome. So let's just call it awesomeness and be done with this. And later on, I found out that I wasn't just an Arcturian channel, but I was an Arcturian garden dragon channel. That then, sounds so weird coming out sometimes because I'm actually quite a really real person. And this dragon energy comes through and it actually changes bodies in like the most coolest weird way. And I can do it as a frequency-based thing. I can do it with a hands-on body thing. And I do it often through just really helping people through meditation, hypnosis, a dragon activation. I am a trained hypnotherapist as well. So it's got like bits and bytes of hypnotherapy, but people think that hypnotherapy is something a little scary sometimes. They're like, I don't want to quack like a duck. So I go, okay, well, in my path and my way, you're not going to quack like a duck. This literally just works to change our mind. Little baby story about me is I really was tampered down and I had all this weirdness and all this mysticism, and I really just wanted to be normal and fit in and not be a misfit most of my life. But clearly that was my path. So instead, I had to go the other way to really learn how to manifest my greatest life and to learn how to not care if anybody judged me. So today, since I only have 30-ish minutes, I can't really do too much with the judgment, but I did put together a manifesting with your guardian, a dragon, little activation and meditation. So I'm going to do that today and really take you in the field, hopefully really help you understand what this awesomeness, this fifth dimensional frequency actually is, because it's just a little bit different than what most people think of it as being. So you should feel this in your body as we begin. I'm going to go ahead and set up a little recording so that you guys can also, if you do get this free offer at the end of the show, I'm also going to throw in this and send it to when it's remastered with some of our Hertz frequencies that we have to really take you even deeper, deeper and deeper. Okay, so I will slow down. Sometimes when I have a like limited spot, I get kind of a racehorse at the beginning. So I will come in and I will go direct here. So just a second. Let me bring Ormatis up and we will get started. Go ahead and start by taking just a few deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. Letting your internal dragon fire start to move through you. And as it moves through you, let your body soften. Let your shoulders drop. Let your body relax. And begin noticing this subtle thrum, this shimmer, this glow, this presence inside of you. And suddenly, this golden mist begins to rise in front of you. It's a glimmer of light. And it seems to be a familiar presence. With this awesomeness and this field intertwining through you, you sense a pulse, a breath, and a slight smoky wind in front of your nose. Smell it. Breathe it in as your majestical dragon approaches. See it. The wings are stretched and their scales are glistening within a crystalline light. This is your guardian dragon of manifestation, an ancient being of radiant wisdom, encoded with harmonics of creation. Feel the warmth in your chest as your dragon lowers its head to greet you. What color is your dragon? What do you notice when your dragon is near? What will you and your dragon work on today? Suddenly, a spark connects with your heart and it connects with your dragon, and you feel oneness. You feel pulsing, you are expanding, you are aligning in all these light forms. And you climb on your dragon's back, feeling fully supported. And together you rise. You rise above the land. You rise into the sky. And on this day, it's very blue with cottony clouds. And you start to fly through a vortex of electric blue. And you're skating your way through the galaxies, and you become more and more aware of those frequencies of thought, feelings, emotions as they converge. That is your guide to creation. And a journey takes you into this heart space of creation, a realm beyond time, a realm where thought creates form. Here you hover above this glowy field with energy grids of golden, violet, and turquoise. And you see the sacred geometry pulsing beneath you. It's pulsing like a heartbeat. It's pulsing as you and your dragon pulse together. Bum, bum. And in this oneness, you become so aware of the rise of your sacred geometry. Arise within you to have the magic Midas touch to create anything. So your dragon guides you into a land where you land on this beautiful crystalline water. And you come on down into the center of this luminous crystalline water, and it's pulsing as you are pulsing as your dragon is pulsing, and as that sacred geometry is pulsing. And suddenly, in your heart, you begin to well up with tears of joy as you are invited into a place where you have magic. And you rest there for a moment, questioning, what is it that I want to create next? And your dragon is curled up there next to you, helping you inquire, helping you get guidance so that you can be that next future vision that is in your heart, but you're afraid to go after. What is that? What is that fear? What is it? So we inquire, what lies have you bought that you believe aren't possible for you? What lies have you bought about yourself, about creation, about manifestation that aren't true for you? And everything that is, will you now let that go? You can give it up to these waters. You can give it up to this dragon. Let it out. Let it go. Shake it off. What is it that your parents taught you about what is and isn't possible, but you're not actually even sure that that's true? All the space and places where your gut says the way people do this reality isn't actually true to me, and everything that is, will you let that go? Let it melt, let it melt. It's all your choice. Whose voices do you hear in your head when you doubt yourself? Is it yours? Is it something that you bought as yours? And everywhere where you're buying somebody else's lie that keeps you from having the greatness of what you actually are, will you destroy and uncreate? And take a breath. What rules about success, love, and money do you have in place that aren't even true? What rules about success, love, and money do you have in place that aren't actually true? Did you ever shrink yourself to fit in? Did you ever shrink yourself to be comfortable? Did you ever shrink yourself? And everywhere where you did that, will you now destroy and uncreate, please? What beliefs are you finally ready to dissolve here to live the life that you love? What limiting lies are you following that are keeping you safe instead of allowing your wild, courageous being to shine through? Now, with that, if you could rewrite it, what would really be true for you? If you could rewrite a belief, a lie, what might really be true for you? How would your energy shift if you no longer bought anyone's belief systems, anyone else's points of view but your own? Think about it. Feel it. Allow it in your body. How might your frequency and energy shift if you no longer sought for approval? If you no longer had to pretend to be anything or anyone, how might that shift your frequency? And everywhere where sacred contracts, past lives, and all the other things that aren't yours, but constructs of you, all the lies that have been locked in place, would you now just be willing to destroy a little bit of it? 1, 2, and 3. Who are you now becoming when you no longer carry any of these limitations as your own? Who will you become when you clear out your field from other people's limiting lies, other people's constructs, and other people's resistance to really follow their dharma? And anything that doesn't allow you to take at least one baby step into that, where you destroy and uncreate. And breathe. So amping up this awesomeness again, you may feel it like a shimmer inside a thrum. And let all this extra stuff that's stopping you from creating your best life, stopping you from making choices that are divinely inspired. Will you please let your dragon and let these codes lift them from inside? This time, as you breathe and feel it warming up your spine, go ahead and let more go. Let this process go. Let it go. Let it go. And now the orb that you're in begins to pulse with a rhythm. And your heartbeat meeting with your dragon's heartbeat, and this pulse makes you know what oneness and love really is. It lets you know how you're guided to greater on this planet Earth. It sends waves of light through your body. It sends waves aligning your thoughts with what is true for you, what is true for your next big leap, what is really true in your heart. And you know that you can trust it. So when you're ready, go ahead and get back on your dragon. It's time to flow. It's time to flow. It's time to unbind these old patterns. It's time to clear out this ancestral programming. It's time to ignite your pure magnetism. It's time to be the nectar for the honeybee. It's time to wake up your energy field, which is your head and your thought of what you want. It wouldn't be in your head if it wasn't yours. Acknowledge it. What is it? What is that heart's desire that you don't think you can get, but it wouldn't be there in your head if you couldn't? And how can you feel what it feels like to have it so much in your heart, so much in your field, so much that you know it's yours? Work this alpha, theta field to master this, to create your life. So as you fly back through the galaxies, back down to your home planet, aligning your thoughts with your heart and harmonizing it together in a heart's desire, not somebody else's dream, but your own, not with limiting patterns, but with your own, just yours. You are the author of the next narrative. What will it take for the signal that you're emitting to become so clear? What will it take for the universe to align with you? Because it is always listening. You just need to tune in that radio frequency and let it know what you're asking for. Taking a few more deep breaths, allowing your heart to be a compass, allowing your heart to be clear, empowered, radiant. And allowing your dragon to now descend down through the skies, flying back through this vortex. You are clearer, you are brighter, and you are more of you. How does it feel? Ask your dragon. And as you descend down, you land right in front of your apartment home, your space. You land there. And you take more of this dragon energy with you. And it says it's okay. We are always here to support you. We are here to help you invite in this new frequency. We are here to support you. Ask for it. Ask for it in question. What are you curiously wanting to create? How can we support you? How can we guide you more? How can we guide you into being the greatness of you? You walk back in your house. You come back fully into your body. And you land into your body fully. You are back. And how do you feel? How is it? How is it inside of you? How do you feel? How are you glowing? And as you come back here, I just want to kind of come back with you. I'll count you out. So come on and become fully awake in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Go ahead and open your eyes, come fully back, fully alert, fully aware. And now acknowledge yourself. What's different? What's changed? And how can you create a greater planet from this change? So I hope that that kind of supported you in helping. The reason I have done this is because I really, when I entered to learn about hypnotherapy and epigenetics, and this was about 12 years ago, quite a few years after I wrote that book, Seven Dragons, that I mentioned at the beginning of this. This is what helped me get to become, to become all of me again, to become myself, to become that person that really wanted to wake up and change the world. So now, if you want to find me, you can find me at hauthustle.com. Haut is spelled Haute, and hustle is Haustle. For the gift that I offered here, it's a hypnosis on wealth. It's just a standard hypnosis, no dragons. But if you would like it, this one that we just did, I will send that to you as well. And it's just been my honor and joy to share this with you guys. My gosh, it's just kind of really fun to go in a land where we can just take a journey together. And I used to think that, oh, this is just fun and all made up. But then I've done so much channeling now that I realize that many of the lands that I take you to in these inspired meditations, they are from these other galaxies. They are from Palladian, Arcturian, Atlantis, Lemurian, and other places like that. And I have, spent 30 some years trying to get clear on how to even become a channel and how to, know who I'm channeling. So if you need help with any of that, then I can happy to help you. And, we can help you find out who your dragon is too. So that almost sounded like a witch there. Yikes. Better stop that. I don't want to be a misfit again. So with that said, I guess I will let the host take over here. I can keep talking another 2 minutes, and I can answer questions too if you have some in the chat. I'm not sure how to see the chat here though. Any chatty questions?
Hi.
Hi.
There, I'm going to the chat right now to see if there's any questions for you. Everyone's saying they love the dragons and they love the walkthrough of the exercise you did.
Fabulous.
No questions yet, but also there's someone who asked for a link.
You have the link.
Yeah, I placed the link in there for them. And they also said they want the full name of your book.
Seven Dragons, quote, A Guide to a Limitless Mind is my first book.
Okay.
It's on Amazon. And you can, let's see. I think I have a novel as well that I wrote called Falling in Stilettos, and it's about a girl who is kind of, kind of like I was in my 20s, like all ego, thinks she's always right, wants to look poised, and she has this massive fall and she hits her head and she wakes up and doesn't remember her life.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of one of those cheeky little stories. It's called Falling in Stilettos. I think that's at book.jeneth.com if you want the link.
Okay. Book.jeneth.com. Okay. I'll put that in. Well, I have to probably have that link. I'll put that link, or when you're ready, will you, or done or free, will you send me that link and I'll attach it to your video when we go live for the replay, so that if they want it, they can find it there.
Fabulous.
And it'll be easier for them to just click it and go right to it.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. Alrighty. So, oh, and also thank you for being here. I should have said that at the beginning.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
me.
Yeah.
I sometimes, I mean, I can talk forever. I run a talk show, right? And we will go anywhere for anyone. And so, yeah, I can talk forever. So if you
No
don't have
worries.
a next guest, we can keep going.
I'm checking to see if she's here now. If she's here. Okay.
Okay, great.
Asha
Well,
is
then I will
here.
scoot out.
Okay. All right.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much again. And it was really, really wonderful to meet you and have you on the event. It
Yeah.
was wonderful to be walked through your amazing, I want to say like practice. I'll say walk through practice.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. It was wonderful again to have you. And if you guys have questions, you can ask her. And if you can stay a little while to answer them, you can answer them in the chat if you need to.
Fabulous. I'll just kind of hang out for the next 5 or 10 minutes if you have anything.
Okay. All righty. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. Okay, so Asha is here. I'm gonna put you on the spotlight. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I am great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. It's nice to meet you, and thank you for being here and
course.
sharing magic with everybody. Okay,
Thank you.
I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, everyone, it is nice to meet you. I came in at the end of the last presentation, and so if you need to move and shake anything and be able to come back and feel good, please do that. I like to give a really interactive conversation. So if you got to infuse yourself with some energy, please do that, so we can have a little conversation here. My name is Asha Wilkerson, and I am a relatively new resident to Lisbon, Portugal. I moved here about a year ago, following the little breadcrumbs of my manifestation. So this opportunity to talk about manifestation was actually quite timely, because sometimes we think that our manifestations aren't working and we really just haven't given them enough time to actually manifest. And then when we talk about these quantum leaps, it seems like things are happening overnight, but it's really just the culmination of all of the things that you have been putting into the universe, all of the intentions that you've been setting, and the energy coming together, meeting with the right opportunity, and then it comes and things can change overnight, not just because you decided one day, although that can happen, but because the timing is right. So if you are in a space where you feel like your manifestations are taking forever, just keep believing and just keep working towards them, because I believe that they will come true. So my talk today is about manifesting from wholeness, desire without self-abandonment. And let's see, can I share my screen so that I can?
Yes, let me turn it on for you really quick.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, wait. Not me share. There we go. All participants. There you go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. So manifesting from wholeness, desire without self-abandonment. And I, in my own life, and I'll talk about this a little bit more, sometimes I have trouble saying what I want, because it almost feels like weakness, especially if you've had to be the strong person or the one in your family that's always had to figure it out, or if you've been taught to be really grateful and, to put everybody else ahead of you and to meet everybody else's needs before your own. Sometimes asking for the thing that you want feels like it is weak, right? Instead of coming from a place of power. So my intention for you today is to help you understand and reconnect with the parts of yourself that were taught to shrink or sacrifice, so you can make them bigger and recognize that living out in your intentions and your desire is not actually a sacrifice. To help you also see that manifestation requires you to stop betraying your needs and to start honoring your wholeness. And lastly, I would like to leave you with some activities to help you own your desires. Now, I know in this, day and age, it can seem kind of counterintuitive that we are supposed to be, altruistic and not want things for ourselves. But I will share with you in a little bit that manifestation really is a divine, or a desire is like a divine inscription, right? It didn't just come from nowhere, it came from someplace. And when you believe that the desire is something that will bring you closer to that universal energy, closer to that love, closer to alignment, then you'll begin to treat your wants and desires a little differently. So let's first talk about misaligned manifestations. So my question to you is, and I would love if you would put in the chat or even just come off mute to respond. It'll make this lots of fun. Are you manifesting from your soul, or are you manifesting from survival? And are you manifesting to prove or to be perfect? So I'll tell you a little bit about my background. I grew up as an only child in Portland, Oregon. I was often the only African-American kid, often the only student of color in Portland, Oregon. My mom was inducted into the Hall of Fame at the University of Mississippi for being the first Black woman to enroll and graduate from Ole Miss. My father was also a Hall of Famer at Portland State University, but for basketball. And we had all of these eyes on our family. We were just noticeable. I'm really tall. My dad was tall. My mom worked in the school district where I went to school, and she was the only Black administrator in that space. And so it was very clear that people would see us before I would notice them, especially as a kid. She was a middle school principal, and her students were I was playing basketball and playing sports against her students. So parents would come to her and say, "Oh, I saw Asha, down the street." And I wouldn't be doing anything, but I just learned that there were eyes on me all the time. And so I learned how to want for things that would align with what society expected of me, or that would be countercultural to what society expected of me. So I didn't want to be the stereotype. And I felt like I always had to prove that I had earned my spot in a certain place, not that I just was talented enough on my own to be there. And so when I started, writing the script for my life, it was this subconscious need to prove different things. So I ended up going to law school. After law school, went to business school for some reason, became a college professor, had my own law practice, got tenure, and then ultimately left it once I realized that it wasn't aligned anymore. But oftentimes, the things that we can call into our lives are not actually aligned with what we really want deep down inside, but are aligned with helping us show this image to the world, or how we want other people to see us. So again, the question for reflection is, are you manifesting from your soul, or are you manifesting from survival? I went to law school not because at the time I thought it was a great idea and that it was aligned, but it really wasn't about, do I really want to be an attorney and do I want to do this work? I didn't really understand what it was, but it was more about, okay, this should set me up for the next opportunity so that I can get ahead in life. And so that means that when it became misaligned, or when I became aware that it was misaligned, it was really misaligned. So in that way, there are three common ways that we abandon ourselves in our manifestations that go back to this misalignment. And the first one is manifesting from should instead of from soul. Should is societal pressures, family expectations, chasing external validation, all of those things that we think that we should do. Now, being an attorney and also a professor, my logical brain is very much in charge a lot of times, right? And I will talk myself out of the thing that I want to do because I don't think it's the thing that I should do because it doesn't logically make sense. I'm much better than I used to be. When I resigned from my tenured teaching position, it didn't make any logical sense. But I knew that there was something else out there for me. And I had been writing in my journal in the mornings what I wanted my days to look like, how I wanted to wake up in the morning in a bright white room. And I never wanted a white room before. I didn't want white sheets, but I kept seeing in this vision white sheets. And I would get up and I'd have these big picture windows and I would make coffee and I would turn and I would look outside and there'd be the ocean there or some kind of body of water. And, I didn't know where this was going to be, but I kept thinking about this. And then I would also kind of undercut my dreams. Like, well, that doesn't make any logical sense. How am I going to be an attorney on the beach somewhere? How am I going to, live this life that I'm supposed to live and create all these metrics when I'm talking about having a leisurely morning? But I just kind of held it, didn't know how it was going to happen. And when I ended up leaving my teaching position against all logic, the first apartment that I rented in Lisbon when I decided to move had everything in that vision except for the water. And the first day that I woke up in this apartment that I'm in now, actually, I made my coffee, turned and looked out the window. And I thought, oh my goodness, it's here. It's here. It's actually here. But I wouldn't have been able to get here. I wouldn't have recognized the space or been in this space if I had followed the shoulds instead of what my soul was asking for. My soul was asking for more space. My soul was asking for white linens, apparently. My soul was asking for a completely different pace and lifestyle than what I was living before. So the next question I have is, where are you manifesting a version of success that isn't yours? And if you feel comfortable, I would love to see how that's landing for you in the chat. Another example I have is I remember telling my mom when I first started teaching that, I witnessed probably, I don't know, 6 months of the dean and all the work that they had to do. And in every position I've ever had, I've just naturally tried to get to the top and become a leader in that organization because that's just what you're supposed to do. And I remember saying, I don't think I ever want to be a dean. All you do is handle student complaints all day. You deal with schedules of 60 people. You're in meetings all day and you don't even get summers off. And it was such a shock to my mom's system because in my family, you work to get to the top. And I remember thinking, this is a version of success that is not really mine. Success in that moment was actually making it to this teaching position where it aligned with my desires in terms of having time off during the week, in terms of having a flexible schedule. I wasn't in an office from 9 to 5. I could travel during the summer. They got a week off between semesters. So if anyone is willing to share, where are you manifesting a version of success that isn't yours? Maybe you could just type the area. Is it work? Is it family? Is it relationships? Family. Thank you. Yeah. This conversation also comes up in relationships a lot too. Yeah. It said, I just walked out of the manifesting that in my relationship. Again, now everything had to come to a standstill for reevaluation. I tried to manifest from a place of should, which thankfully didn't work out. I have a completely different rhythm than what was expected to me to live, which I honestly can't. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Yeah, relationships, family, society, family, love and money, maybe even health. Now that I think about it, yeah, that's so true. Work and family. Thank you. Yeah, my spiritual teacher told me the other day, she reminded me, because I've another part of this manifestation story is that I opened up a healing business in Lisbon, and it was not my intent. My intent was to maybe get a breathwork class and a yoga schedule or in someone's yoga studio, once or twice a week. And then I ended up walking into this space that turned out to be mine. And it, when you have your vision and then it gets upgraded, right? Why did I say that? I had a good point about family. Was it family relationships? I totally forgot it. Sorry, y'all. Um, your vision can be upgraded if you just keep saying yes and realigning. Okay, now I remember. My spiritual teacher, I was asking her, I was like, where am I supposed to go with this place? It wasn't even on my radar screen and I wasn't thinking about it. And now I'm like running a whole physical healing business and this is just crazy. And she reminded me, your life, your trajectory will go wherever your vision is. And so it's important to reevaluate what it is that you are working towards, what it is that you are manifesting all the time, so you can make sure it's still in alignment with what you want. And there's nothing wrong with that. The things that I wanted when I was 20 are not the things that I want at 41. So the vision should change between the time I'm 20 and 41, or between the time I'm 40 and 41, right? And in a couple of months when I turn 42, they'll probably change again. If they change again next week, that's totally fine. Totally fine. But we need to take that time to just sink in and to think about, is this my desire? And if it is, great, go for it. And if it's not, allow your desire to come up to the top. The next part about manifesting in misalignment is overgiving and proving as a worthiness strategy. So I talked about that a little bit earlier in my story of feeling like I had to represent all Black people when I was growing up because I didn't want to be any part of the stereotype that people had. The pressure of, having a mom that was educated and made history and was a part of the civil rights movement in the United States. And I was like, I have such big shoes to fill. What am I going to do? What's going to be my mark on history? But you might particularly resonate with this if you're a woman of color, if you're first generation in any sense of the word, first generation immigrant, first generation college student, first generation to leave the city or the state that your family has grown up in. If you're the eldest daughter or eldest child, maybe you're an only child, you're a high achiever, right? Anything that could have come in and shaken up that foundation where we are manifesting and trying to achieve as a way of overgiving, as a way of proving, or as a way of developing a sense of worthiness. And you probably think, or you may think, all these people sacrificed before me. They sacrificed so I could be here now. I need to pay them back before I can do what I want. Or, this is one of my favorites, my parents didn't get this opportunity. I better not waste it, right? Or this was their hope and dream for me to be a firefighter. How could I not do this when every man in my family has been a firefighter and you just don't want to be one, right? So when we are trying to manifest as a way of proving ourselves or covering up feelings of unworthiness or trying to feel like we have earned the love or paid back a debt to our family, that will undoubtedly, most certainly, lead to misalignment. So another question is, where are you proving you're good enough instead of just being? Where are you proving that you're good enough instead of just being? I do this in work, especially in this healing work. I always think, I need to get another certification. I need to have my intuition come through in a way that's like sirens blaring. My intuition comes through in terms of empathy and also sentience. So feeling things in my body, which is not talked about all that often, but my mom will see things play out like a movie screen. She's very clairvoyant or clairaudient. And I think subconscious, I guess I can talk about it. So there's some conscious belief there, but that my gifts aren't good enough because they don't come out in the way that I see other people's come out. And so when I'm manifesting or when I'm doing things in business, I often catch myself doing things as a way of proving, maybe over delivering, because I think that what I have to offer might not be good enough. So I see past life work, integration issues. Yeah. So where are you proving that you're good enough instead of just being. The third way that we end up manifesting into misalignment is by ignoring or minimizing your needs and desires. This one is so easy to do, especially if you were used to taking care of the people around you. I bet that there's a significant number of you you're obviously on this call, and so you're probably a giver. You're into the spiritual stuff. You want to make everybody else around you. And so, where are you placing other people's needs above your own? Where have you not been able to admit your own needs? That's hard for me. As an only child who had to be self-sufficient pretty early on, I didn't have any siblings to, you know, tell them to cook dinner one night. It was just me. I used to have to mow, like I was my dad's kid. My dad treated me like a son. My mom treated me like a daughter. Like I was just the only kid that had to do everything. So I had to cut the grass and weed the bushes and, help out, do my own laundry and do all this stuff, which is just good kid stuff to do. But I learned to be very self-sufficient early on. And because my parents were working, I wasn't used to asking for help. I'm still not used to asking for help. So I end up saying yes to a lot of things when really my needs or my desires are in contradiction to what I'm telling other people that I can do for them. It's hard for me to even admit that I need help in whatever area. I threw a party at my space a couple weeks ago here in Lisbon, and I really needed someone to help me take money at the door. And I felt so bad asking. Now I know that if I would have actually asked, any number of people would have shown up for me and volunteered to do it, and they would have enjoyed greeting people at the door. But I just hated to ask because I felt like I couldn't give them something in return. I feel like I still had to prove, right? I still had to be enough for that. And so I suppressed my need for that help because I was going to be this strong business owner that looked like I had it all together. So sometimes I also feel like I'm too much. I have a fear of being too much. If you've ever been told that you were too sensitive as a kid or as an adult, that you want too much, right? There might be this internal desire to keep it all together because you have a fear of your desires being too much for the people around you. And so if you do have that fear, you may not even be admitting to yourself what it is that you actually need. And if you can't admit to yourself, how can you ask somebody else? And if you can't admit to yourself, how can you ask the universe? Right? How are you going to manifest what you want if you feel like deep down it's too much? So another little reflection question is, where have you been taught that what you want is too much? And now we're going to shift from this mind frame of manifesting from this deficit of I need, or manifesting without trying to be too much, to manifesting from a place of wholeness. So manifestation isn't about controlling the outcome. It's about being the safe space that you need so that your desires can actually land. So that means creating a practice for yourself to slow down, to check in with your needs, to ask yourself what it is that you want in this moment, and then to learn how to give it to yourself. You need to build a relationship of trust so that you can know what is actually in alignment with what you want versus what do you think you should be doing, or what's in alignment with the people around you. And desire is a divine instruction. Your wants, your desires, your needs, they're not random and they're not selfish. And things will change. You will change how you think about what you want to manifest, or how you accept and really own your desires when you remember that they have come from someplace higher. You don't need to earn it. It has already been given to you. And most of the time, believe it or not, your desires are also going to help the people around you. So I desire to have a profitable healing business in Lisbon. That is, of course, going to help me. But if I have a profitable healing business in Lisbon, imagine how many people I will have touched in the process of healing, in the process of growing the business. So my desire, I may think, oh, my desire is selfish in that sense, but it's actually not, because it requires me to be more present and more available for the community. So in that kind of a sense, it's a win-win. Your desire to be healthier, to be more fit, to have more money, to travel more, you receive the benefit, but so does your community. Your family will reap the rewards of you being healthier, right? You will impact people when you travel and also be impacted by people. So it's not actually selfish. Your desires are not actually selfish. So I'm going to do a quick, really short, like 2-minute check-in, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions as you check in before I close this out of here. So if you just close or lower your eyes and just start to take some deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. Allow your body to relax and sink a little more heavily into the chair that you're sitting in, or onto the ground if you're sitting on the floor. Recognize that you are supported in this moment. And I want you to look at yourself from up above. Like, let your spirit just rise up above you and look down, maybe at the crown of your head. You can see yourself where you're sitting or where you're laying or where you're standing. And as you look at yourself, I want you to ask, if I trusted that my desires were sacred, what would I do? Or if I trusted that my desires were sacred, I would, and finish the sentence for yourself. Let that sink in a little bit, let it resonate. See where you notice it or feel it in your body. And then my next question is, what is a desire that you've minimized that you're ready to reclaim? It could be something as simple as taking 5 extra minutes for yourself in the morning, or something as grand as traveling 5 times a year, or anything in between. But what's a desire that you've minimized that you're now ready to reclaim? We'll take a collective inhale through the nose and exhale to come back here. Inhale through your nose, bring the air up to the crown of your head. And exhale, letting all the tension go from your body. Let the breath flow down through the bottom of your feet. So I encourage you to spend a little bit of time just journaling on these 2 questions. If I trusted that my desires were sacred, I would, and just start to write or start to meditate or dream about it. And also write down where you're ready to reclaim a desire that you've minimized. And then make it your goal, make it your manifestation to bring it to fruition. Doing it from a place of wholeness, doing it from a place of worthiness, doing it from a place of owning all that it is that you want and desire. And if you are unsure about what your desires or your needs are, I have a 21-day needs journal that will walk you through the process. It is a digital download. I'm going to put that in the chat. Oh, it's already in there. It's already linked in the chat. But it's a great download. It'll walk you through, it'll ask you different prompts that'll build on each other. It'll take you through some of the things that you love to do in childhood. What could you bring back now? What are some of the reasons you're holding back? It's a good guide for just some self-reflection that you can do at your own pace. And if you would like to connect, I am on Instagram at Asha Wilkerson ESQ. And in my practice. I offer one-on-one coaching. I do retreats and workshops, breath work, and so much more. And I would love to connect with you outside of this space. And I want to say thank you to the Thrive Healers Network for inviting me in. Thank you to you all for being here. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you're left feeling inspired and ready to manifest from a place of strength and a place from wholeness, so you can get everything that you desire without any doubt that you do indeed deserve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Thank you for sharing your magic and for coming to join us today and help us not only explore ourselves more, but explore how we can have more, be better. That was awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. My hat's off to you for organizing. This is fantastic.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so what I'll do now is remove your spotlight and see if we have our next speaker. Okay, and then I'll put my spotlight. Okay. Our next speaker is Lanaya. So let me check to see if she's here.
I'm here.
She's here. Okay. Let me spotlight her for you guys. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good. I'm awesome. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. It's wonderful to see you. You look amazing.
Thank you. It's great to be here. I'm so excited, super excited. Thank you.
I'll give you the floor and thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I am so super excited about being here today. So thank you, thank you, thank you for what I've seen. And I saw a bit of Asha's. It's a beautiful presentation. And I am Lanaya Dow. I've had many, many, many lifetimes. And I was in corporate for a long time. And then I really saw how sometimes our egos can get away from us, no matter what level we are, no matter what stakes we're playing. And I was brought in to fix a company that was $50 million behind. $50 million behind. Just imagine that. That's a lot of money, right? And and I said we can't fix it with the same mindset that created it. However, because the mannerisms and behaviors were entrenched in the people in the organizations, which it is, and I vibrated at that level, then no one wanted to shift and change. We ended up being acquired by Warren Buffett. It was a great experience, but it showed me that there was an opportunity for us to shift and change. And during that time, I was receiving downloads, which I didn't know what they were. I just knew that God was talking to me. And what was being said was that you need to focus on getting your heart right first. And I was like, well, my heart is right. I go to church, I'm a good person. I deal with all these people. I volunteer. I do this and I do that. I was like, what? My heart is right. But it was about healing because my role on the earth is to bring a deeper level of healing to help alleviate suffering and to take people into joy. So that took me on a long road to heal a lot of the shadow aspects. And I didn't know what it was called at the time. I was just like, well, something is going on. And I know that I kept getting myself into situations after situation. Who here has gotten themselves into some situations where they're like, I don't even know how that happened. What is that from? Like, what caused that? Right. And then and and I just all I knew was to go to God and pray, right? And then I got to start understanding that I am the walking, talking embodiment of God on this earth, as are all of you. So everyone is an extension of God. So being an extension of God in our beauty, we get to embody those laws, those precepts, those things that bring us into oneness. And I just want to put this so I can just see, for those who are on your beautiful faces, but feeling the energy as I felt into it today. Normally I write things down and I was going to write down what I was going to talk about. And I just kept getting the stirrings. No, 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 no. Just speak from the heart. to what's there. And then I thought, let me do some clearing on grief, because I have experienced a lot of grief. And I know a lot of people in the energy felt like there was a lot of grieving to be done, to be healed. And when I said, when I thought about it, I was like, maybe we can do a little bit of that, and then we'll do a meditation, and then we'll take some questions from people who have some specific things that they would like to heal. We can do that as well. So I want to just encourage you all to just lean into this new process, because this is a process for me as well, for taking things as they come. We're flowing, because really this is an opportunity for us to be inside our beingness, right? So I always was operating from this do, have, be process, right? Like, so, I'm going to do these things and I'm going to have these things. And then eventually I'll get over here and I'll get to be this, and this. However, what it has led me to is this realization that this divinity that we own is an aspect of our beingness. And so when we step into that fully, whatever it is that you're saying that you're going to be, whatever that is, if it's love, if it's joy, if it's hope, if it's whatever it is, then coming from that space, when we create, our creations take on a life of their own. We go into a different level of being a conscious creator, because the heart is 5,000 times stronger than the brain. So knowing that, there's so many more opportunities for us to create at a higher vibrational level, at a higher frequency level. And we're not going to make everyone happy. However, our first job is to make ourselves happy. And that is about receiving the grace that's available for us. So if you would allow me, if we can go into a short meditation, if you want to close your eyes, if you want to put your feet on the ground or lay back, recline, whatever it is that feels good for you. If you want to keep your eyes closed, your eyes open, whatever it is, just allow yourself to just have a brief respite where we're going into ourselves, and we'll do just a little bit of work here. So I first like to just call in all of our guides and angels, those who serve the highest and best good of all. I like to align us all the way up to the great, great, great central sun. I like to ground us all the way down into the heart chakra of the earth, creating a beautiful column. A beautiful, beautiful column of beautiful golden and white light, silvery light. Bring all of this in. Allow this to come all the way down around you, all the way down, 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 down. It's beautiful, beautiful light. And wrap around a huge crystal at the bottom of the earth, at the heart chakra of the earth. And then bring in that energy from the heart chakra of the earth and bring it up. And be okay with bringing it all the way up. You deserve it. This time is for you. So bring that beautiful light energy all the way up. This beautiful Mother Earth energy, loving energy all the way up from the bottom of the earth, going all the way through all your chakras, all the way up through all your organs, all the way up, 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 all the way up to the top of your head and all the way back up. Breathe that in and out. And then pull it down again rather quickly. And as it comes down, just experience a beautiful rainbow shower all around you. Gold light energy, white light energy, silver energy, platinum energy. Bring it down and all the way around and all the way back down. And then one more time, take a breath in and breath out. And breathe off and let go. Release all the cares of the week, all the cares of the month, even all the cares of the year. Anything that you no longer need, allow it to go. Anything that your pets have picked up, anything that is residing in your home that is no longer necessary for you, let it go. Release all that. Breathe in one more time and pull it all the way back up to your heart and send it all the way out. Out in front of you, out behind you. To every sentient being, every person, place, or thing, everywhere where it's in their highest and best good to receive, so they shall. And then pull it back into you, into your beautiful heart, into your beautiful field. and where it is up for you to feel it, where it's cleaned up, pristine, where you can bring it into your field, allow it to come into your field and just caress you. And now, while you're there, just resting, it's as if you're floating. Allow yourself to go up, 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 high, high above your head. Go on a timeline as if your timeline is left to right, right to left, back to front, front to back, side to side, diagonal, whatever it is. Go up on your timeline. And then go all the way back, 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 back to a time where you experienced a substantial amount of grief. Grief that is palpable, grief that you still may be holding on to, grief that you may have had because of a lost job, a person that you lost, something that you feel that you possibly were so upset that you lost it, you wanted it, you couldn't attain it, you couldn't reach it. Maybe it was a child, maybe it was a pet. Maybe it was something that you just couldn't get. Maybe you didn't lose it, but maybe it was something you couldn't get. Release that, let it go. Start letting that go. You're going to turn around, you're going to look towards the timeline. On your timeline, you're going to look towards this present moment of now. And you're going to come back walking towards this timeline, looking down on the timeline, looking down on yourself in that moment, seeing yourself in the grieving space that you're just going to release it now. You're going to let that start to come out and just see yourself as you're looking down on yourself, start to release that grief, allow it to come out of you, whether it looks like particles, whether it looks like flowers, roses, posies, whatever it is, even dandelions, allow that to start releasing out of your field, out of your body as quickly as it can. Now go back up above your timeline, looking down on your timeline, realizing why this experience was so good for you, why it was beneficial. Because we create our reality. We're living in a play. So that experience for me showed me that although I thought I was supposed to be there, I wasn't there. I learned a lot. That's great. There was a lot of sadness that was created around that, lost relationships. I got to see, but you know what? I was supposed to be there for the time that I was, and I've learned those lessons, and I get to move on, releasing everything with happiness and joy, forgiving everything that happened. 3 good things, if you can think of, that come to your mind as a result of you going through this particular situation. Even a strength, a resolve, a resiliency that came out of you because you got to deal with that situation. And thank yourself for it. And now I want you to come on back down into your body. And then we're just going to sit there for a moment in your body as you've thanked everybody and as you cleaned up everything on that lifetime. It's all being cleaned up. I've done this a lot of times. So it's happening in the background, whether I say the steps or not. And right now, as you're sitting in this space, I want you to project outward what it is that you are longing for. Because your longing is a sacred signal to the universe. It's something that you want. And not want like a negative want, like you should have it. It's just a longing. It's the highest vibration of longing that you could have. Because what you are seeking is seeking to express itself through you. It's already in the quantum field. So we're going to pull that thing down, a specific thing that you're saying that you're wanting. And while you're doing that, you're being so grateful. They say that you should pray. They say that there's an opportunity for you to pray without ceasing. So be grateful, which is a very high vibrational feeling. Be joyful. I'm joyful that I get to be with you here and now, in this moment of here and now. Notice you living from this life of abundance, of prosperity, whatever it is. It could be an abundance of prosperity of money. It could be abundance of prosperity of relationships, health, well-being, thoughts, good thoughts, conscious created things, whatever it is, be in that. Feel it, see it manifest. And feel the way that you feel when this thing is being manifest. If you want a child, if you want a pet, if you want this new job, if you want this new business, if you want to feel better, if you want to walk better, if you want to just be connected to infinite abundance in spirit, feel that. Send that out to the universe and then feel it and vibrate with that. Vibrate with it, because when we take our vision and we match it with our vibration, then it's more likely to occur. So allow that to occur on that continuum. Bring it into your space. Feel it. Feel how you feel. Just feel your new body reacting or responding to that new reality. Say it as if it's already present in the here and now. Be with that. Hear what you hear yourself saying. Hear what you hear others are saying to you. See what you are doing. Feel what you feel. Just embody it, bring it in. We create everything in our minds first, and then we create it in form second. So just be in that. Now then project that onto the field outside of yourself, knowing that you're bringing that in. Now thank the universe, thank God, thank whomever, whatever God is for you, whatever the universe is for you, whatever your higher power is, bring that into the field. Step into that one particular thing that it is that you said that you are seeking to have. Now know that you have this abundance now. Know it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Let nothing deter you from it. Let no naysayers come in and deter you from it. If it is what you say that it is that you want, you as a conscious creator are creating that. And be in that now. Be in that now. Be in that now. Pull it all into your heart. Take a breath in and breath out. Release all that you no longer need. Anything that I've said in here today that you disagree with, let it go. Anything that anybody else has said, anything that anybody else has done, whatever it is, anything that you did erroneously on purpose, whatever, that's no longer a match for you in this vibration, this heightened vibration now, let it go. Be in your God self, your highest vibrational self, your highest universal self, whatever it is for you. Take a breath in and breath out. Come back into your present moment of now, opening your eyes, being in this moment now. Now, you're welcome, Monica. You're welcome. So if anybody has any questions, if anyone has anything that they would like to work through individually, thank you so much, Stephen, then please feel free to raise your hand or yes, and I can call on you. Okay, I just saw someone. Monica. Hi, Monica.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. I sent you a video of today's energies.
Thank you. Thank you
Well,
so much.
just
You're
tell
welcome.
me what you feel and think after when you have a chance to watch it, okay?
Okay,
Watch
thank you.
it a couple times though.
What can I help you with today, Monica?
Stepping into myself,
Okay, stepping into yourself. Can you just say a little bit more about that?
my abilities and gifts.
Step into your abilities and gifts. Oh, Monica has so many abilities and gifts. All right, let's do this for everyone. Okay, so as we do things for ourselves, we do it for everyone. So just close your eyes. Okay, so open up your crown, open up your crown, open up your crown. And this is a contract that you have had, and this is a contract that you have made yourself. So you get to choose what it is you want. So other people can create and help people shift energy. And that has happened for me before when I've worked with somebody and they helped me shift energy so much. And I felt so good that day, the next day. And then a few days after that, everything came back because we are our own conscious creators and we bring it in. So we're ultimately responsible for everything. So Monica, as the creatress that you are, and as everyone here are the creators that they are, whereas in everyone's highest and best good, bring in all those things that are for you, for your highest and best good. This is the conscious manifestation. This is the balancing of the magnetizing and the manifestation. This comes often with the balance balancing of the divine feminine and the divine masculine in us, being in balance, balancing both poles, understanding the shadow and the light, and bringing that back in. So anything where you've been resistant to allowing a conversation to come up about shadow or anything like that, allow that to go. Anyone for whom this resonates, allow, including myself, allow anything that you are holding on to that doesn't allow you to receive your highest and best good. You want to start moving that out. Start moving that out. Start moving that out of your field. And then you get to choose as you bring in beautiful light to come in and to supplant those darker areas, bring that in, creating a boundary around yourself until the next opportunity arises for you to eliminate anything else that needs to be healed, cleared, cleansed. And now make a choice that I'm stepping into my power now. Take a breath in and breath out. Everyone has my email. You can email me. I have special gift for you. You can either get one of two recordings. One is a recording that focuses on light. One focuses on shadow. When you focus on the shadow, you eventually get to the light. So either way it goes, you'll get there. Thank you, Monica. Deborah. I can't hear you, lovely. I can't hear you.
I'm muted. I'm
Okay.
unmuted. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, good.
You're welcome.
Pardon?
I'm so sorry. I was just saying you're welcome. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I think that was sort of it too. Was just I really felt unblocking, feeling your energies were beautiful. Yeah, so I think I just was feeling the same thing more. For me, I'm needing breakthrough in relationships, particularly with my beautiful grown kids.
Yeah.
More space. And it's been something I've been asking, really praying for, and all the rest for quite a long time. So I'm starting to feel as of late, it's just time for blessing them. I have been blessing them, but letting them go and just starting to fly my own flight a lot more.
Okay, letting them go and fly your own flight.
But yeah, just wanting some input or
I'm feeling a very, very, very strong connection back here, and like the God place. It's like the mouth of God. I'm feeling a very, very strong connection. So why don't we? How many children do you have?
4.
4. Beautiful. Girls or
40,
boys?
2 girls and 2 boys, all
Great.
between 40 and 50.
Okay, 40 and 50. Okay, let's
40 and 47. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much. Let's all close our eyes and hold space for Deborah and anyone else who is similarly situated as we are all one. As we ask for ourselves, we ask for others, for everyone else. Okay. And I start burping when things start, and when things are heavier and they start clearing. So things are already starting to clear. So we just thank your guides for that. We thank Monica's guides, everybody else's guides who are working on here. So we want you to see, we want to see your beautiful, beautiful children before you, 2 by 2. Just like the story where, anyway, I won't go there, but let's 2 by 2. I'm going 2 by 2. I want you to see 2 children on the 2 girls in front of you on the left-hand side, 2 boys in front of you on the right-hand side. And I want you to see all your lineage behind you. The lineage from your mother's side on the left-hand side, the lineage from your father's side on the right-hand side. Everybody's mixed up. We're all one. You're seeing everybody in and of themselves, and they're just passing. It's just like you're in the middle of a very, very busy New York City, and everyone is just running around you, and they're not even noticing you're right in the middle, and you have your eyes focused on these 4 children. And I want you to send beautiful, beautiful heart energy. I could feel your heart energy to these beautiful 4 children. And it's not just you sending this beautiful heart energy. It is those relatives who are cleaned up, pristine, who work for the highest and best good of source, they too are sending this beautiful, beautiful heart energy directly to these beautiful children, clean
Oh,
up, pristine, the highest, highest, highest level. It's just that
oh,
they're being covered in this beautiful, 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 beautiful heart energy. Lots of pink angels.
wow. That's so powerful. Oh,
Mm.
oh,
Mm. Okay. And now Mother Madeline, um, Mother Mary. Okay. Mary Magdalene, Mother Mary. Okay, just feel that energy, beautiful, beautiful heart-centered energy going to these beautiful, beautiful children. And I want you to send out a beautiful bouquet from your heart to all 4 of these children. A beautiful bouquet. A beautiful bouquet. Everything has been created there in your play. You're in their play. Everything is good. It's for the highest and best good of all. Everything that's done is for the highest and best good of all. See it going out. See that love going out. And now see that love coming back to you. Cleaned up, pristine for your highest and best good. Cleaned up, pristine for your highest and best good.
wow.
And now I want you to ground all this beautiful, beautiful energy into the heart chakra of Mother Earth. Ground it all in. Beautiful. Feel this beautiful light coming all the way down, grounding it into the heart chakra of Mother Earth. Hand on your heart, left hand first, right hand on top. Breathe into it. Feel that beautiful energy. I have chills all around me. Now accept it and receive. Everything in the past is done. And when you're ready, come back to the spirit of now, being in the present moment of now. Open your eyes. How do
Whoa.
you feel?
So amazing. I have asked so many times for help with this. And literally, like I've been doing lots of work. So, but literally, today it happened. Today it happened.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
And
Beautiful. Beautiful.
when you were calling in the ancestors, I kind of went like this. I have been praying like spirit guides and Mary and Magdalene as well. And Yeshua saying, please show me who the ancestors are that have the highest and purest good and that are cleaned up.
Absolutely.
Oh, and you called them in. And wow, it was just, I've been asking for this for so long. I just I just know there's such a shift, such a
Yeah.
shift. That was magnificent.
You're welcome.
Your everything about what you shared today in just such a short time was magnificent. Thank you. Again, thank you, Ina.
My pleasure. It's my pleasure, Deborah. And I know my time is going short. And Simone has raised your hand, and Stephen, you've raised your hand. So what I would like for you to do is, and okay, thank you, Larry. He's saying that the allumu.com Lanaya is not coming up. So then this is what I'd like for you to do. Just send me an email to ILLU. Let me put it in here. ILLUME. Oh, the web person is working on things, and that is not my favorite. uh, .com is not my favorite thing to provide the input, but I have to. So if you want to send me an email so that you all can get this, I would love to be able to share this with you. So thank you so much for bringing it up and bringing it to my attention. So send it to me at ILLUME@ILLUMEU.com. And all you have to do is say shadow or light. And so let me just say that shadow is just as beautiful as a light. I spent a lot of time working on my shadow elements and working on the light elements. It's just how you are motivated, right? And so it will help heal you, clean you up. It's beautiful, set to music. The vibration of the vibration of the ocean is in there. I mean, it is really, really, really beautiful. I just wanted you to be able to personalize it a bit. So just send me an email there, illumeu.com, ILLUME@ILLUMEU.com. My phone number also, just in case, I love to share it because I had a text thing, but I don't know what okay, we're doing some things. So, okay. So Simone, okay, I have 1 minute left. You said, I wonder what my health issue needs to focus on, light or shadow. What is it, Simone? Let me like take you off. Oh, Andro, can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. It's oral health.
Oral health? What's the issue?
It's about the gums, it's periodontitis, and it's with teeth getting loose, gums inflammation, and the bones that reduct,
Bones? Mhm.
jaw bones.
Yeah. So when you're saying bones, my body is really, really, really responding to that. So I'm gonna do I will do like 15 15 minutes with people. If you want to email me, we'll set up a complimentary 15-minute session, and I can go through some things with you there. So anyone who wants to do that, so go ahead and do that. So why don't you do that, and then I can address it in there. Okay, does that sound good for you?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so email me, everybody who wants that, email me. I'm pretty direct. My guides go in really like laser and work on it. And Stephen, would you like that? Is that okay? Does that sound good? Okay. I'm sorry I didn't get to you, but I know that Andrew is on a tight schedule. And so, but I will promise you that I will do that. So everybody who just wants to email me with that, we're in the flow now. So everything I'm doing is in the flow. So just do that and I will help you that way. Okay. That sound good?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That was wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here and for helping so many people and for helping people get breakthroughs. That was awesome to watch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate you, Andrew. Beautiful heart. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for holding space for everyone and just being your beautiful selves and doing this on a Monday afternoon. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna take your spotlight off, and Leonka's here. I hope I did not just butcher your name.
You did great.
Awesome. Hi, it is nice to meet you. And thank you so much for being here and sharing your magic with us and sharing some light. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Yes, I'm excited too. So I'm Leonka Reyna. I'm also the co-host of a show and media company for spiritual entrepreneurs. It's called How to Hustle, and the show is called it's our morning mystic talk show. And we run a podcast and talk show and a quarterly email series. And you can always jump on our newsletter list to get all of our fun freebies that we do at howthustle.com. But I'm actually here to support you and to provide you with a little bit of information about the work that I do and how I've really connected in with my channeling abilities. I used what's called QHHT. To give you a little bit of backstory, I came to this journey many, many years ago. So about 12 years ago, I worked in another lady's business. I helped other spiritual entrepreneurs grow their business, but I never really ventured out to kind of understand what was going on in my own life. It wasn't till about 2020 when everything got locked down in COVID, and I found myself really struggling, and like many of you might have as well. And I had a lot of extra time and we were furloughed. And so I also found myself, drinking and just being excessive in a lot of different ways. And as such, I realized that I was really without my plan or my purpose. And so when I finally decided to have a spiritual awakening, which also led me to, quit drinking, to quit being so excessive, I found myself with Dolores Cannon's work. And Dolores Cannon, she's already passed, but she also did work called Life Between Lives. She did quantum hypnotic healing, and Michael Newton did Life Between Lives. So I found myself with lots of extra time reading their books and doing various different things, and really wanted to know what was this connection that each person had to their past life or their life between lives. And so I went in for a session because I was a mom who was terrified of becoming a mother. I was afraid that I would lose my children in a really bad accident. Well, I went into this particular session with just hoping to learn a little bit more about myself and why why I had this phobia. And it turned out that during this session, well, let me just back up for a second. I also said that I was willing to, anything that came in through the session, that I was willing to receive and totally be open with. So that was my form of surrender. And I just said, whatever is available, to my light being, to my goodness, to what I can bring to this earth, let me just say exactly what was going on. And as such, I was laying on the table in this lady's room, and she's doing her hypnosis session on me, and it's my voice speaking. And I remember talking and just saying, and she's like, okay, who are you meeting with? And I'm trying to say this fast so that we can get into a little bit of channeling here. And I said, the gentleman is, and I was really nervous. And I said, he's describing himself as the essence of Nostradamus. And I'm thinking, what am I saying? Because I could hear myself. And I was actually kind of scared of Nostradamus, like growing up. And she says, oh, really? And I said, yes. And he says he has a very timely message for humanity, that most of the quatrains that had been channeled or had been transcribed were inaccurate, and that Dolores Cannon's work ended in the late 90s. And today, being that it was right after 2020, it was about 2021. And he said, I really need you to relay this information. Would you be willing to come and get more hypnosis sessions so that I can relay this information to humanity? And I'm thinking, what in the world? I just came here to get a little healing, maybe my body work. Like, there is no way. But I also felt like, okay, Leonka, you surrendered here and you said you would do what you needed to do to help others. And you said that you would be willing. And I reluctantly and half-heartedly said yes to this very, very beautiful and endeavored mission that took 26 different sessions to pull through the information, in which case I began to channel the Galactic Federation of Light and various different light beings that all had messages for humanity and for healing people today. And so the beautiful message that I am here to share is that lots of people, I understand, are struggling with connecting with their own guides, or they're misinterpreting some of the information. And there are two very, very easy ways in which that you can start to strengthen that information to come through. One, I would always suggest doing, if it calls to you, a quantum hypnotic healing session. They take about 5 hours to do per session. So you can only imagine how long I was sitting there with Nostradamus and all of these other beautiful light beings, with a little bit of my own reservations at the time. And the second is through opening your Akashic records. And I'm going to teach you how to open your Akashic records through using the pathway prayer process here. And we'll open the records of the group collectively. And then I can take some channeled questions and we can bring through some information from the Galactic Federation of Light. And also I work with Archangel Michael and Metatron. So those might be some of the, well, I can already feel the energy coming through, some of the information that's coming for you. Now, one of the things that I wanted to point out to you about both sessions is that's, I think, really important to note here is that they are very well protected and they really guide you to have a strong connection that you can feel safe about and protected. Now, we are all energetic beings of light. And so you don't necessarily, as being an infinite being, you don't necessarily have to have protection, but it is important to protect your earthly body from some different entities that might want to hang out with you, especially if you're doing what I was doing at the time, which was, drinking and kind of just being excessive in that way. There are ways in which you can clear entities and other, other lower light form, other not so dwellers and their energies from you. And also, if you have a little bit of reservation about opening yourself up to anything or anyone, these are also good practices, because what in the QHHT sessions, what you do is you put a prism of white light all around you. And the second in Akashic Records, you would then be directing your energies to call in the highest form of goodness. And so just even saying those words is super empowering and protective. So with that ado, let's go ahead and open up our Akashic Records. And if you are listening to this on the replay, you can always come back to this pathway prayer. It's created by Linda Howe, and you can just find it on the web. I also give you a printable download that you can get in my free gift, and a couple of the sessions that we did with Nostradamus. So if that entices you, you can take a look at that as well. But let's just take a couple deep breaths and tune in here. And deep breathe. Yes, take a deep breath and exhale. And let's just settle into this beautiful container that Andrew has so lovely put together for us today. And all these beautiful speakers that have called in so much divine light. And asking our guides to come and assist us with strengthening our connection to our higher source. So is our self connected to source that I believe has all of the best answers for us and can discern. So whenever you are feeling very lost, or you want to know about your life purpose, or even if you should date this person that you met, yesterday at the supermarket, right? Do they feel safe for you? You can always ask yourself, your higher self, connected to source. And let me tell you, if you've ever done that in a QHHT session, hearing your own voice as your higher self is quite profound, and it will change you. And you can always go back to listen to those recordings. And let me tell you, that will completely continue to give you information that you would not have heard the first 1 or 5 times. So I invite you to take advantage of that and look up the different areas that people that might have them in your area or in your you can do them online. It's always beautiful to do them in person, and it's recommended, in fact. But or you can find some information about doing that with me. But I do implore you to really find where you can possibly have one of those sessions. It's called a quantum hypnotic healing session. It's great for healing your body and healing your nervous system, and especially exploring phobias. And so these two practices, which again, I'm going to open our Akashic Records to get together today, is really great for. And the most important piece that I want you to take away from today in our time together is the importance of really using your own discernment for highest light and goodness intentions for what you are here to do on earth. Everyone is here for a very specific path and reasoning, and we have free will. So that sometimes my free will was letting me get in a little bit of trouble doing, too much drinking or just excessiveness, and really not being what they call on path. And if you've ever heard that we're all sinners, that really means that we are without our life path. It means sin means to be without. And so to be without your life path can be very discerning, very concerning in our worlds, and can really be a way in which that we tend to drift without our lives, and ways that we can get back onto our life path is by utilizing the work of the Akashic Records, or by doing a QHHT session. Of course, after you've strengthened your connection to higher source, you won't necessarily have to go outside of yourself to get this information. Again, you can always use your own strengthened channel connections in order to get the information. So here we are going to open the prayer. So again, take another deep breath. And let's just settle in nicely. And the opening prayer from Linda Howe states this. And so we do acknowledge the forces of light, asking for guidance, direction, and the courage to know the truth, as it is revealed for our highest good and the highest good of everyone connected to us. O Holy Spirit of God, protect me from all forms of self-centeredness and direct my attention to the work at hand. Help me to know, and you're going to insert your first name here. And the next time I read this through, you're going to insert your full legal name. Now, I don't care what it was on your birth certificate or anything like that. It's your legal name now that is on your documents. So mine is Leonka Martinez Reyna, because I have my original name, my pre-married name, and my name now as my full legal name. And again, it's not the name that you were born with, it's your legal name on documentations now. And this is important because you can use the Akashic Records to open up the records of a street address, of various different things like that, but it has to be with the permission of the person that owns the property, if you wanted to learn more about a property that we were going to buy. So again, important that we use the documentation names. So breathing in. And so we do acknowledge the forces of light, asking for guidance, direction, and the courage to know the truth as is revealed for our highest good and the highest good of everyone connected to us. O Holy Spirit of God, protect me from all forms of self-centeredness and direct my attention to the work at hand. Help me to know Leonka Martinez Reyna in the light of the Akashic Records, to see Leonka Martinez Reyna through the eyes of the Lords of the Records, and enable me to share the wisdom and compassion that the masters, teachers, and loved ones of Leonka Martinez Reyna have for her. And you're going to repeat this to yourself 2 more times silently, but I will say them aloud since I am opening the records of the group. O Holy Spirit of God, protect me from all forms of self-centeredness and direct my attention to the work at hand. Help me to know Leonka Martinez Reyna in the light of the Akashic Records, to see Leonka Martinez Reyna in the light of the Akashic Records and through the eyes of the Lords of the Records, and enable me to share the wisdom and compassion that the masters, teachers, and loved ones of Leonka Martinez Reyna have for her. And one more time, take a deep breath, settling in, calling on our guides to be with us to strengthen that connection. O Holy Spirit of God, protect me from all forms of self-centeredness and direct my attention to the work at hand. Help me to know Leonka Martinez Reyna in the light of the Akashic Records, to see Leonka Martinez Reyna through the eyes of the Lords of the Records, and enable me to share the wisdom and compassion that the masters, teachers, and loved ones of Leonka Martinez Reyna have for her. The records are now open. Now, there is messaging coming through, and my voice changes so that I can discern the difference between me and my channeled guidance and the guidance for the collective. Now we have Archangel Michael coming through and the Galactic Federation of Light with Theo that is wanting to communicate with those that are being called to ask questions at this time, and with the entire group as we have a very big message for humanity at this time as well. there is lots of unsettled energies that have been running through the collective, and there is lots of healing that is available for you all. Take a moment to experience what it feels like to be in your loving and most beautiful records. These are a place for just you and you alone. Breathe. This is your unique place that is here with your own signature resonance. It is here for love and support and with the divine highest guidance from your self connected to source. We are so pleased to be with you today, and thank you for this beautiful platform, Andro. And we will take your question now. Monica, if you would like to unmute.
I'm unfolding into the next chapter. Could I get any guidance for that?
Yes. Yes. What is your full name, Monica? Your full
Monica
legal name.
Monica Blanche Marino.
Monica, there is much angst around you unfolding into your next chapter. Can you explain what this might be related to? I could give you some insight into what that might be, but we would like for you to come to us with the first recognition of the unfounded idea of what that might look like for you. For there is very easy remedy for this particular angst. It's pretty common, if you will.
I know I have 4 or 5 loops that I'm healing right now. It's integrating.
4 or 5 roots? Did you?
Loop.
What was the
Loops.
Yes.
And I know that we're coming in the 9 Kali Yuga, so I've been clearing a lot.
Yes.
A tremendous amount. And my gifts are starting to waken up.
Yes. And that is, I'll stop you now.
Thank you.
For the Mobius strips that you are receiving, the loops, the Mobius strips that you found as layering upon each other and on itself, disguises itself as an infinity for you, but it is not for you to hold as your recognized programming anymore. In fact, with your new gifts that have come online, you actually have the ability to, the word is destroy and uncreate, if you would use those in your clearings, for they are no longer necessary. Many of those Mobius strips you had placed in with your, when you came in, they came with you through a past lifetime too. And the other 3 that you, well, 2.5, the other 3 are from lineage, and they are no longer needed as the protectionary forms of ways in which you were navigating today's earth times. For we are all moving into a new earth path, and you will utilize your gifts to uncreate those. But when you do those things, sometimes they want to represent themselves back into your awareness, and it feels like as if you have gone nowhere at all, but you have actually progressed through them if you continue to recognize that you are in fact moving past and have destroyed and uncreate them many times before, especially as you use your new gifts. So I would advise you to strengthen your gifts. You utilize the information that you are getting here from the other speakers, open your Akashic records, but strengthen those gifts, for they will be your ways in which that you will destroy and uncreate them, not only for you, but for the lineage from behind, from the past, and forward into your future, for your lineage will no longer need to take those into the new earth with you as you progress through utilizing your tools. Does this resonate?
Yes.
The fear that you have around your new tools will dissipate as you utilize them more. So the patterning that you have brought to that, you sometimes turn around and think, how am I not past this? It will not confuse you anymore as you start to utilize the tools and acknowledge how far you have really come and how many times that you have uncreated. Each time you uncreate it, it is no longer able to catch you, if you will, in that way that it had before. So the trappings that you made, unfortunately, my love, are actually the ones of your own doing. So the acknowledgement is the key piece here. I don't care if you take out a pen and paper and write them down and say, today I moved past this in this way, but it shows up again as this. And it may seem very frustrating, but when you look at how you have undone it, and you can read through possibly in your own journal, in your own words, even if you open up a voice recording and say just how you've navigated each day, and by utilizing your new gifts, whether that is through writing and sharing your gifts, or whether that is just connecting back in, that is how you will undoubtedly move past those Mobius strips that you have identified as your core. They are not even really a factor anymore, but the fact that we have the ability as humans to reposition them into our lives again, they tend to take up a little more space than they should. But you have moved past them already.
Thank you very much. I've been working very hard on things. I really have.
You are right there, my love. You are there. Just keep doing what you are doing and utilize those gifts. You have 2 more that are coming online. They are also very exciting. Acknowledge those as well.
Thank you very kindly.
Yes. I don't remember the order of the hands, but we will go with Stephen.
Hi, thank you. I'm just wondering how to know that I'm staying on the path, because I'm feeling called to finally move from the limiting beliefs and the positioning that I'm at to find a community, and I'm not really sure how to do that.
Oh, my dear friend, you can always join the channeler on their live podcast on Tuesday and Thursdays if you just want to join in to listen, to find other people that sound as, what she likes to call as strange as them. But, and also Andro for his works like this. Being in this type of community is very, very healing for many. And that is one of the beautiful benefits of the internet in our time. We also ask that you continue to call in your own higher voice of discernment. There is lots of confusion that you've been holding there in your sacral chakras and in your throat chakra. But we would even advise you to open your own Akashic records, look for the strength in your own connecting to source, utilize the resources that are free and available to you. Find that do not feel that you are not a part of any community. For everyone that I feel that you are going to approach within the next 7 days are going to be welcoming you with open arms, but you have to know that you are being welcomed. The idea of having that the place of unplacement has plagued you before, but it is not yours. You also hold this as an Mobius strip from a past lifetime and from lineage. I think you might even be able to pinpoint exactly who in your family might have felt unplaced, but do not feel that you have to take this into your life as your form anymore. You are a beautiful, radiant soul. In fact, you are more progressed than some would even acknowledge. If they were you, they would feel that they have probably they're out of their mind, but this is a really beautiful higher sense of self that you have, and it is actually one of your, to use your terms, a superpower that you have. However, it has caused you sometimes some strife, and you feel that you do not fit in because of this superpower, but this is the time of the awakening and time of Earth understanding these ways, the people that have these superpowers, and they are being well received by many others who had not received them before. Does this resonate?
Yes, yes, it does. Thank you.
I love you so very much. Your guides love you, and you have past loved ones that also want to connect with you. So I would advise you to sit down and just journal and write notes to yourself as love notes. I know this sounds funny, but the information will come from a past loved one that you have lost.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Hi, Deborah.
Hi.
I think we're right up against time. And I'll tell
Okay.
you what, I'll do the same that the speaker from before, she gave out our email, so I'll do the same, and I will do a couple of minutes reading for those who have their hands raised, or if you just want to speak to me, I'll do about 10, 15 minutes with you. And if you want to write in at leonka@leonka.com. So
I will do that. Thank you so much.
yeah.
Bianca. Very kind of you. Thank you.
And I thank you, Andro, for the time today. And thank you for all for being here. And I will close the records.
Yes, this was
we'd like-
amazing. Thank you.
Yes. We'd like to thank the masters, teachers, and loved ones for their love and compassion. I'd love to thank the Lords of the Akashic Records for their point of view. And I would like to thank the Holy Spirit of Light for all knowledge and healing. The records are now closed. Amen. The records are now closed. Amen. The records are now closed. Amen. Thank you, Deborah. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Okay. Bye.
Thank you, Leonka. You were absolutely awesome. And thank you for sharing your time and for helping so many people today. This was really, really awesome. All right, I'm going to remove your spotlight and call up Melissa. There you go. Hi, Melissa. I think you're muted. Do I?
Yes. Hello, my love. Hello, beautiful souls. Hello, hello.
I'll let you have the floor. Thank you for being here. And thank you for
Awesome.
having a good time with us.
Okay, you're just throwing me in. Okay, I love it. Thank you. I received that. So, let me just give you a little beautiful divine introduction to myself. My name is Melissa Bates. I am an angelic and galactic channel of light language facilitator, as well as a beautiful divine quantum healer. And today, when I just kind of tapped in with my beautiful divine team, what really came through was helping everyone access their soul aligned wealth and understanding the power of accessing your soul aligned wealth for your own particular divine journey in that space. So what I would like to do, one, drop in the chat if you're familiar with light language. Drop a number 1 if you're familiar with light language. If you have no idea what it is, drop a number 2, because we're going to do a lot of work with light language today. So beautiful. Light language is, I like to say, and my guides are really funny, so I'm going to say that first and foremost. Light language is like the OG language that was spoken on Earth when, we decided as a beautiful collective, from our, our star, our galaxies. I'm an Arcturian being, guide of light. We use light language to create and really start the Earth expansion. So before we had all the beautiful languages that we have today, light language is what we use to communicate. It's our soul language. And now obviously light language is here and a lot of beautiful souls do tap into it, and it's available for everyone. And light language is used to really access your light, your soul expansion, to help you raise your vibration daily. Just speaking to yourself in your own soul language. So as I'm speaking to you today, the light codes that I'm speaking, your soul and your sovereign higher self are going to take exactly what you require. What we're going to do in this beautiful activation and expansion is we're going to we're going to drop into your dormant DNA. And dormant DNA is any type of DNA that is not active around wealth. We're going to focus on wealth today. So we're going to drop into your cells, we're going to drop into your dormant DNA, and we're going to wake up those beautiful cells, those wealth codes. So if you are interested in awakening those divine wealth codes, drop an 888 in the chat. Drop an 888 in the chat if you're interested in waking up some more beautiful wealth codes and getting more comfortable with money. I guide a lot about money and abundance and wealth, and I really invite people to feel so damn comfortable. Like, if you want to be a millionaire, if you want to be a billionaire, if you want to pull in that wealth code to help you create the highest level impact and service and also live a beautiful divine life, then it's important for you to get comfortable with money. It's important for you to speak your truth, right? So let's go even farther than this 888, right? Let's all take a moment, drop into your heart. Let your soul come with you. Let's start this beautiful quantum divine journey. And ask your soul, what would you like to receive every year financially, and always something better? What's that starting number that your soul would love to just pull through your career, your spiritual businesses, your impact in this world? What is that number that your soul would love to see in your bank account every year? And when you get it, drop it in the chat. And even if it's like, whoa, this feels too big, just drop it in the chat. 1,000,000. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Doesn't it feel good just looking at all these numbers? Yes. Think about the impact that you get to make with these beautiful divine numbers, right? And you're not doing any type of harm. You're not taking it away from anybody whatsoever. You're just showing up for what your soul desires in this moment to help you ascend, to help you elevate your spiritual businesses, to help you elevate your career, to help you take care of your beautiful divine families, right? Because us as light leaders, when we are exhausted, when we are broke, we have nowhere to give. We have nowhere to share our light, right? Because we're just barely taking care of ourselves. So that's what we're not meant to do. We're moving into these timelines where obviously we're shifting into the new earth. We're moving into this overflow and this abundance and this wealth and this joy and this assumption that I'm meant to have everything that is required. Right? So one more thing before we jump into the activation. As you put these beautiful numbers in the chat, give me a word that you feel from seeing that number, right? That number was in your bank account right now. What is that word? What is that word that you would feel? What is that word that you would experience, right? Freedom. Yeah. You get to have it, Laura. Shohokotara, gratitude. Yes. Grateful. Yes. Why not? Shodakai, blessing. Shohokotorakai, yes. Right? And Shohokotorakai, joy and freedom. Expansion. Shohokotorakai. And you look at all these beautiful words, and we only want to do the highest thing with this, right? Because we have such pure hearts, pure minds, pure bodies. We are pure love and light. So this is where we get to communicate with that wealth cellular DNA inside of you and say, I am ready. I am ready for it. I am ready to have the freedom, the joy, the sovereign. I'm ready to be heard, to be seen, to be enlightened, right? To be content. the other day, I love talking about stories. The other day, I was writing out a vision of a $30 million vision. I was like, let's literally map out the $30 million vision. And I had never mapped out a $30 million vision. I think the farthest I've gone was like a $5 million vision. So when I mapped out the $30 million vision, I was like, why have I never thought about this before? Why have I never thought about accessing $30 million for the impact that I'm meant to have in this world, right? And that's the biggest shift, right? In 2019, I was sitting on my floor selling all my cameras because I could not make rent. And I said, Divine God, Source, Universe of all there is, I have too much sunshine inside of me to be living like this. So lead me, show me, guide me. Show me who I am. I surrender, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. And I kept saying that prayer until God, Source, Universe of all there is, showed me light language, showed me quantum healing. And when I found it, when I met it, it felt like it was that missing piece, right? And with that, the next level of that, even deeper surrenderance, God was like, oh, honey, you need to learn about money. Because right now, you're living your ancestral story of lack, of fear, of scarcity. That's not going to get your spiritual business anywhere. So let me help you. Let me guide you. So I surrendered to learning about ascending with money. And with that, the biggest shift that I made in the beginning was taking my $500 a month that I was making into $4,000, which was major for me in my spiritual business. And then I moved that $4,000 into 5 figures a month. And I moved that barely making $500 a month into over 6 figures, which I never knew was possible. But the more that I surrendered, and I want to say this, and listen with your hearts. The more that I showed myself what I wanted to do with money and how I wanted to use money and how I wanted to receive and have money, I gave myself the freedom to receive more. And I realized that before that, I was blocking my vision from what was actually available for me. Take a deep breath in, everyone. And also, I know that there's so many beautiful light workers in here. Drop in the chat, what do you do? What is your spiritual expansion? What are your soul gifts? Drop them in the chat so I can see who I'm aligning and who I'm connecting with. Allow yourself to be seen today. Even if you're just starting your spiritual journey, drop it in the chat. There's light worker, beautiful to meet you today, love. Medicine woman, yes, my queen, I love it. Allow yourself to be seen in this beautiful divine chat today. And as you're sharing who you are and how you show up in this world, I'm just inviting in your divine soul, your divine sovereign higher self, to come in, connect with you at the highest divine capacity so that we can start accessing these beautiful divine codes of light, of wealth, of abundance, of prosperity, accessing and remembering, this divine remembrance of who you are meant to be and what you get to receive, and always something better. Yes. Intuitive energy tracker, yes. Tarot reader, yes. Healer, mystic, so much goodness. Reiki, mediumship, more healers, Reiki master, card reader, yes. Aren't we so much multidimensional, y'all? I'm telling you. It's like, well, what title do you want today? Writer, yes. Healer, seeker, healer. Oh my God, yes, right? She's been practicing healing and channeling. Yes. Oh my God. Let's just take a deep breath into all the light workers we have in this beautiful space, the beautiful divine beings of light, galactic beings of light, angelic beings of light, and celebrating us for coming to Earth, right? We made the journey. We made the journey to be on this earth, so why not be supported? Okay, so with that said, thank you so much, love. I invite every single one of you that are open to receiving this beautiful transmission today to close your eyes, place your palms up to the divine, and let's start this beautiful transmission. Take a deep breath into your heart, inviting every single ounce of your being, your existence, to now be surrounded by golden healing light. I work a lot with Christ consciousness energy, golden Christ light, not in the religious sense, but Christ energy is very powerful to Shakadrakai heal and expand with. So begin to feel this beautiful sphere of golden Christ light all around you. And this golden light is starting to enter your mind, your body, your soul. And if for some reason you don't desire to receive this today, you can just say no, thank you. But if you would love to receive this wealth activation, then just let your field be held. Calling in the beautiful divine ancestors of the light to help purify their fields. Just making sure I'm getting approval from all the ancestors. Yes, thank you. Grounding in and stabilizing their root chakra. Starting there with the beautiful energy of ruby red. And now asking every single cell within your being to actively awaken. Breathe in, take a deep breath into those wealth codes, awakening right here, right now, and letting it go. Good. And now, for those of you that put that beautiful number in the chat, I invite you to bring that number into your heart. Imagine that number. I saw 5 million. I saw 8 million. I saw 100,000, 222,000. Bring those numbers into your heart. Letting those frequencies settle in your mind, your body, your soul. Calling in your soul to help you align to the highest level timelines of wealth, abundance, prosperity, asking the high angelic realm and your own personal divine angelic teams to go forward on your timelines to clear those paths along frequency, wealth, prosperity, abundance, clear, cleanse, and purify their paths. Beautiful. Take a deep breath into that. Allowing yourself to feel your field, your mind, your body, your soul opening up. Inviting in an angelic team of pure light and love to begin cleansing, clearing, and purifying your conscious mind, your subconscious mind, any and all contracts, oaths, permissions, vows, allegiances, alliances, where you still might be holding frequencies of lack, fear, scarcity, of burden, and or that glass ceiling. Shoo! Clear them, cleanse them, purify them. Shoo, 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 shikaniki kututu shikanaka ya otokuho shi. Shoo. And what I'm feeling is the frequency of money coming in, surrounding you. And there's a beautiful message from money that's coming through that says, it is time for you to rise. It is time for you to receive. Shoo. And money's just flowing this beautiful light frequency into every single one of your cells, so that you can remember that you are worthy and deserving of wealth and overflow and abundance. Beautiful. Let's take a moment to sit in this space, asking your nervous system to go on a journey of expansion with me. In this moment, you might feel your body temperature rising because Sophia Christ consciousness is coming to work in with you. You also might feel your body shifting to a colder vibration. That means the ancestors are coming in to work with your cells. And if Shoo. Letting every single ounce of your mind, your body, your soul surrender. Shoyanaya kanaya monia hanaya hoyanaya hana. You are strong, you are powerful, you are mighty. Shirakanaya makaya. You are worthy of all that you desire and more. Shirakanaya hana. We now invite you to stand up for Shakanarakashi, the impact that you came here to create. Shakanarakashi, the financial wealth you came here to receive. Shirakahanarakahanarakashi. We call for a beautiful team of angels to help you surrender, to remember, to receive. Shirakohanarakashi, utrakanaya, ihinaya. Shamakahadara khane kahadaraka kanaraka kahanaraka dropping deeper, deeper down into this faith, this truth. I'm going to have you take 3 beautiful deep breaths in and out, in your nose, out through your mouth. And as you go out of your mouth with a beautiful sigh, like you're just washing away any old timelines, any old stories around money, letting them go, letting them be washed away by the divine. Yahai, Yahayao, Shuayai Marakana, Sharayai Kanaeu. Inviting those cells to vibrate at a higher frequency of light, of wealth, of prosperity. Shoo, 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 shoo. Bringing beautiful grounding energy in. And in this now moment, I would love you to connect with your soul once again. Connect with your sovereign higher self. And I'm going to invite you to manifest 5 beautiful things. And what you're going to say is, divine soul wealth, I now invite you to support ... Divine soul wealth, I now invite you to support ... And think about 5 things that you would love your soul wealth to help you. And I'll drop it in the chat as well. Divine soul wealth, I would love you to support me with ... Opening up this portal of manifestation for all here, watching the replay, through across time and space. Inviting all of their souls to remember to rise, to awaken. Shoyamoruku. And when you finish your 5th manifestation, your 5th calling in, I just invite you to drop in the chat, it is done. Shakanara kehinara hanara yamuku hanara yaka hanara yaku wa 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 wa. Hanara ka hanara ke ohu. Hanara ke yahu. Hanara ke yahu. Hanara ke yahu yahe. Yes, Queen. Shakanara kashi. Shirakai, done. Yes, it is done. Yes, 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 yes. And I invite in this now moment, imagine that all of your energy is back in this moment, in this golden sphere of light. All of your power is back in this moment in your golden sphere of light. And now you're using every single ounce of your energy Shakadara Kaishi, to send up to the divine to say that I am ready to receive and overflow. You are now allowing all of your energy to speak for you. Your frequency is illuminating your path, your timelines. You're allowing yourself to wealth ascend in this now moment. I celebrate you with gratitude. I celebrate you for receiving this today. I'm celebrating you for remembering that you get to have it all and more. And I invite in, and once again, this is for you. If you do not desire one, you can say no, thank you. But I invite in a beautiful divine angel of 100% love, light, and above to work with you every single day to help you manifest your highest level soul wealth and dreams and desires. And if you choose to work with this angel, you can also just go straight directly to your guardian angel as well. This is another angel to assist specifically for wealth creation. When you wake up in the morning, ask your angel. You can name your angel Divine Wealth Angel of 100% love, light, and above. I would love you to support me with and continuously invite this angel to support all your dreams, your desires, to help clear your path. And when you are ready, taking one more deep breath in, letting it go. And for those of you that still might have your eyes closed, allowing them to open slowly. Yes, I'm so proud of you. That's just saying, I'm good, I'm done, let it go, right? Letting those old beautiful versions of you release, the ones that said, no, we have to cap it right here. But that's not you. Every single one of you are so divinely abundant. Shorakaishi, very exciting. Yes. So let me know in the chat what you experienced. That was awesome. I feel so, yes, I love that. We love it. One, I also want to say thank you for creating this beautiful space. I love being able to obviously offer to the beautiful divine beings of light that show up, but also, you know, the leaders that create the space. I'm so happy that you feel renewed and refreshed. Very powerful. I'm so warm now. Feel great. Yes. And this is just a remembrance, right? For me, on this earth, I love to bring the energy. I love to bring the fire because sometimes we can get into our soul path and everything feels so serious and it feels like the walls are burning and everything's falling apart. But remember, we have so much support across all time and space. I call on trillions of angels pretty much every single day. I'm like, all right, angels, I got some work for you today. Come on in. I'm not here to do this alone, right? And it's remembering that we're not here to do this alone whatsoever. So know that you have support. And also, this is just a channeled Shahakatara Kaishi. What comes through is find your soul fam, y'all. Like if you're doing this alone, and I did it alone in the beginning, call in your soul fam, so that you can talk about galactic beings of light and aliens and timeline shifting and all the wacky, beautiful things that we talk about together, right? Right? Exactly. Call in your soul fam so that we can do this together. We're not meant to do this alone, right? So one, I want to say thank you so much for all of you receiving, getting wacky with me in my beautiful light language. And we're just going to thank all the beautiful divine beings of light here present on this beautiful call, watching the replay, the beautiful divine being of light that put all of this together. And the last thing that comes through is you are not fear. You are love. You are power. You are divine. You're radiance. And always something better. Oh, thank you so much. I received that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, as I know, we all all the beautiful presenters have a divine offering. So I do have a divine offering for you, which is all about activating your wealth, embodiment, and identity. But I also, before this beautiful call, I made another meditation. It's all about activating your soul wealth. So if you would like to receive that meditation, just send me an email and I can send that beautiful meditation over to you as well. Shahakatara Kaishi. I just felt called to take you even deeper into the space. Oh, I love what I do, y'all. I love what I do. So thank you. Thank you for receiving it. And thank you for being open. The only way you could feel my energy is if you were open to, I'm just a reflection of the powerful energy and juiciness inside of you. So that's what you're feeling, right? You're just like, damn, she got it. I got it too. That's what you're feeling. That is what you're feeling. Just making sure all the energy is nice and sealed up for all of you beautiful divine beings of light. Last thing I will say is make sure to drink tons of water, because we did a beautiful amount of cellular expansion and regeneration. Make sure you drink all the juicy, delicious water. Hydrate yourself. Obviously, take some time to ground. With Mother Earth. I love to hug a tree, place your hand on a tree, all the things. Especially when working with wealth codes, getting outside, getting grounded. If you have trees in your home, hanging out with your trees in your home, your plants in your home. And just remember that it gets to be good and always something better. And thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love every single one of you. Mwah! I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That was absolutely wonderful. You are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, love. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your magic, and thank you for being here on a Monday afternoon.
I received that. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna unspotlight you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for being here. And we're gonna go to our next guest. And our next guest is Diane. Let's see if she's here. She's not here yet. One second. I might ask you to do a little more if you'd like to. I don't see her. Yeah, she's not here yet at all. So if you want to continue a little further, you can.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let me know when I'm done.
Okay. Alrighty. So if you want to continue, I'll let you continue for a little while. And if she gets here, then we'll let her come on.
Beautiful. Also, while we're doing this, if anyone has questions about your own personal journey with wealth, anything like that, feel free to drop it in the chat while we take up some space for the queen to come and arrive.
Mhm.
And I'll just bring some more codes for you to feel the juiciness.
People are loving the energy. I love it.
Yeah, why not receive it, right? I'll just bring in some more financial frequency codes for more grounding throughout your mind. Finding your conscious subconscious mind to wake up to overflow. Shohana kahana hana kahana yabu. Shuho naheya kanaheya kenaheya. Su. How much I would say it all depends. It depends on your own personal journey. For me, I had a lot of ancestral Shakadarakai scarcity. So it went through clearing out that. For you, my love, what comes through is really starting to manifest the bigger picture. Your ancestral lineage feels pretty clear. So just really getting those high numbers and creating that diagram, that picture of what that looks like for you, and visualizing yourself in that space to hold it. That's what really comes through for you. Yeah, that really comes for you. So picture that beautiful thing I always like to do Pinterest because it gives you all the visuals as well. But yeah, it just feels like allowing yourself to place your identity in that overflow that's already here for you, my love. Shohoku kaishi. Working on receiving my own wealth and seeing it as that without generational scarcity. Thank you. Yes, keep on doing it. Same thing that I would say, jump into those beautiful images of what does that look like for you? What do those homes look like? Those stages, the books, you know, Shohoku Kaishi, the retreats that you're desiring, you know, what does that look like for you? Shohoku Kaishi.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Arrived?
no, not yet. But
Okay.
someone had a question. I think it might be really, really, well, I think it is really important.
Yeah.
She asked, how can we know what is holding us back or blocking us?
Oh, beautiful. Okay. Yes. Shohoku Kaishi. What I like to do is soul, going straight to your soul. Soul, and everyone can take this moment. Just tap into your heart, place your hand over your heart, one over your solar plex, right in the middle of your stomach, and just ask. And maybe there's a vision. Maybe it's that, you know, 100K year. What is holding me back from this 100K year? Right? So something, it might look like what's coming through for someone is clarity of vision. That vision isn't there, right? When you have the vision, when you know what you want to create, money loves flow. Money loves flow, right? So you're going, hey, this is my 100K vision. Shakadarakashi. Shatarakaishi. What else is coming up for the collective is ancestral work, making sure you're knowing what your ancestral lineage is, you know, holding in your field. Shakadarakashi. Something that I like to do with this is our ancestors don't want to hold us back. So what you can do is if there's any ancestral trauma, things of that sort that I'm holding in my field, I now release them to God, source, universe of all there is. And I invite God, source, universe of all there is, to heal my ancestors separately from myself, right? As you go on your path of, so say if your ancestors have a lot of scarcity and burden, fear, things of that sort, as you go on your path to clear the fear, clear the scarcity, your ancestors are still receiving it, but it's not all up in your field that's continuously pulling you down. So those are Shakatara Kaishi. One, you just tap in. What is holding me back, soul, right? If you are not as clear Shotorakai to receive auditory, Shotorakai, tap in journaling. Soul, write it on paper. Sovereign House Self, write it down for me. Let me get clear. Or, hey, send it through my best friend. They're very intuitive. You're right? Send it to me when I'm out in the world. Show me the signs, right? Make it really clear for me that I don't even miss it, right? So they will get it to you in any way possible, but it's just opening up that space, right? And then the next thing is, if you feel like you have a lot of blocks or something's holding you back, acknowledging. I 100% acknowledge that I have a lot of blocks right now, or it feels like a lot of blocks, because you don't have a lot of blocks, it just feels like it, right? I feel like I have a lot of blocks holding me back. I surrender them to you, angels. I surrender them to you, God, source, universe of all there is. Lead me, show me, guide me. These are not my blocks to hold anymore. I'm sovereign. I choose my sovereign identity. I choose my sovereign wealth. I choose my sovereign timelines, right? When you choose your sovereign path, you're releasing the matrix coding. You're releasing the density of the ancestors. You're releasing the density of old timelines and what you've gone through in past lives. I'm choosing my sovereign life in this now moment. And that's going to help you create more clarity, right? Maybe today you woke up and you're like, I have no idea where to go. And then tomorrow you wake up and you say, today I choose my sovereign self. I choose my sovereign path, my sovereign identity. And then all of a sudden you're like, damn, I know exactly what to do, because all those blocks are now released because you're on your sovereign timelines and you're going to be able to receive more clarity through that. So let me know if that helped you, but that's what really comes up for that question. And thank you for pointing that out as well. Would listen to all your beautiful light language in a recording, still giving us codes and activation. Oh, love that. It still gives you codes. You can listen to this recording 100 times and you'll still receive something, which is beautiful. And that's why I love energy work.
He has
Uh,
arrived.
oh, perfect. Okay. Mwah. I love you all. Thank you, beautiful souls.
Thank you for staying on extra. That
Of
was awesome.
course. Thank you, King. I appreciate you.
Alrighty, bye. Okay, going to pin Diane. Hi, Diane.
Hello.
I apologize for sending you the your Zoom link late.
Actually, you sent it to me already.
Oh, okay. Hi, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up.
My pleasure.
And I'll give you the spotlight, or give you the stage.
So, hello, everybody. My name is Diane Mandel, and I'm a Tibetan Bowl sound professional, which means I own the Tibetan Bowl School, which I started in 2008. I have performed all over the world in doing sound baths and giving workshops. I have also, my school is represented in France, in French, and I am very happy to have questions for you. This is all about the healing through trauma, healing through joy, and the kinds of things that we need to do to keep ourselves healthy and moving through the challenges and the traumas in life. One of my big lessons around that was when I was working in the jail systems with returning incarcerated veterans with PTSD. Also, when I was working for 4.5 years in the Encinitas Cancer Center in Encinitas, California. Sound energy healing, and the kind that I do is I work with Tibetan bowls, gantas, tingshas, and these are instruments that create many different phases of healing. The tingshas, which look like little round things with a attachment in between, and a lot of people have experienced them in yoga classes. They are meant to create intention, attention. When they are rung, and I cannot ring them on here because the mechanism for voice does not translate the sound very well. So it'll sound horrible. So I'm not going to do that. But it's an instrument that immediately gets your attention. It's an instrument that, of course, brings into your consciousness an awakening. So you let go of the things that are around you that you don't need to pay attention to, and you come to full attention, to full into the now. And that's very important. The next instrument that we use is called the ganta, and it's a bell. And there's another instrument that goes with it, but it's not an instrument of sound. It's called a dorje. The ganta is a feminine instrument. It has a lot of symbols on it, and it has many different voices. It is created to move energy. So the first one, if it was a car, the tingsha is created to, as though you were putting the key and you were lighting the ignition. So you were turning the key on. The ganta does several things through moving energy. And one of those things is to move energy in a strong way, very energized way, all the way, there's a full spectrum, all the way to a very gentle way, so that the voice of this instrument, which can break up energy, which can soothe energy, which can release energy, is similar to all our voices. We have a very different voice if we're waking up a sleeping baby. We're going to use a very slow, gentle, loving voice. However, if you've asked your teenage child to clean his room 4 times and they are still watching television, you might use a different voice. And that voice might be a little bit more energetic. So the use of that instrument, which represents the divine feminine, and the divine feminine, the characteristics are unconditional love, wisdom, and the ability to receive, just to receive. It's not that easy. Think about when somebody gives you a compliment, how often you say, oh, well, you get all embarrassed. This is the ability to receive, saying, thank you. This is wonderful. It's an instrument that can break up energy. So if you clack it, dunk, 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 it breaks up energy. But if you sing it, it's very, very soothing. And in the Tibetan philosophy, we are talking about the interrelationship of all things. So what we are working with is not one element of you. We are working with the entire spectrum of who you are, including spiritual, including cognitive, including physical, including emotional. And these instruments are working on all of those things. So what you do with the Ganta, that bell, directly relates to the situation that is in front of you if you are a practitioner. And the other instrument, the dorje, represents a divine masculine. The divine masculine, the characteristics of the divine masculine are strength in all the areas of strength. We're talking about intellectual strength and spiritual strength and emotional strength, all of those, compassion, and the ability to manifest into physical form the heart's desire of the divine feminine. What does that mean? What it means is you have a great idea for a book that you're writing. You've got all the characters in your head and you've got the chapters pretty much lined up and you know what the beginning, middle, and end is going to be, and you have your style of writing. All of that is the creative energy of the divine feminine. Sitting down at the computer and writing the book, doing the actual work, writing that book, that is bringing it into physical form. That's the divine masculine. So I hope that illustration gives you an idea. And then there are the Tibetan bowls. I only work with the very, very aged, old, antique ones, which means that they're at least 120 years old. These are like the harmonizers, the alignment. These are what bring all the different aspects of who you are and what you are into alignment so that you may reconnect with your essence. So tingshas, ignite, put the key in the ignition, start the car, moving the energy with the Ganta and the dorje, putting it into gear, and the bowls, now you're rolling down the highway. You're just going to wherever it is that you're going. So those are some ideas of what the instruments are. How do they actually help in the healing process, in going forward in your life? Well, on a biological level, they balance the right and left hemispheres of the brain. And they also bring into synchrony your brain waves, your respiratory rate, and your heart rate. And that is important. That's vital for any kind of healing, for those different vibrations within you to dance in harmony with each other. The practice is one of becoming aware of your blind spots, of being able to access your inner healer, of being able to access your diamond self. And by that, I mean that perfect beingness that you came into this manifestation with, that will always be there, no matter what you do. It's always accessible. You can always go back to it. And that is something that was so beautiful in the jails, because I was working with about 72 men who had PTSD. And they were really suffering. They were angry. They were shell-shocked. They felt guilty. They couldn't accept themselves because of some of the things that they did, not necessarily through the war, but after the war. Drugs, some kinds of physical violence, alcohol, robbery, all kinds of things they were there for. I always remember one of the dads who cried and said, I'm in jail. I'm not going to see my children grow. I'm just such a bad thing for them to see and know. I'm not a role model I want to be. And at the end of 12 weeks, he was able to write a letter to his future self, reminding himself that he was a magnificent individual who had made some mistakes, and he was forgiving himself for the mistakes. And he was focusing and committing not only to move forward in or out of jail, to move forward to help not only himself, but others who were in a situation of having made a very huge life-changing event in their lives. So this is the kind of thing that helps you to gain more clarity and gain a much larger perspective of who you are. That's not necessarily based on what you've done or what you're doing, but it helps you to take that and move that into the person that you are growing into and that you are intentionally growing into. You form new habits. You see yourself differently. A lot of my cancer patients were walking around in the world very uncomfortable, walking around thinking of themselves as walking cancer. And it's true, they had cancer and they were walking around. But what they were also doing is they were seeing and feeling and talking and reading and helping other people, even if they were bedridden. There were so many other things about them besides the cancer. And this modality of sound healing is one that helps us to become a witness of our condition rather than a victim of the condition. So it's powerful. There are a lot of people out there that are practicing Tibetan bowl sound healing and they don't really know what they're doing because they've just taken a quick course or something. It is very, very complex. You have to train your ear to hear a lot of different harmonics. And you know, for example, if I put a bowl on somebody's heart and the higher harmonic does not come out, first of all, I have to know the full potential of what is available harmonically in that bowl. And so I have to recognize when something is not happening, and then I have to know what to do to help it happen, because it is reflecting. It is a reflecting mechanism of what's happening within you. So if the high harmonic is not coming out, I know that that heart is not completely open, and I need to know what to do to help it, to help release it. I have to know what kind of bowl I need to use. I have to know what kind of patterns of sacred geometry. I have to be able to know what instruments and how to use them. I have to be patient because something that happens to us, we learn by repetition. So it's not in one session that someone's all of a sudden going to have an open heart. It took a while for that heart to close. So it's going to take some repetition. We've learned everything, to walk, to eat, to read, to speak, through repetition. This is no different. It's another language. I would be very happy and open if anyone had questions. I don't know if this podcast is something where I can take questions. I'd love to know. And if you have questions, I would be very happy to hear some of them. I see you. No? Okay. So perhaps I can tell you a little bit more about how they work with. From Katie, do you teach this skill somewhere? Oh, sorry. Yes, I think I have to go to chat. Ah, there you go. Yes, do you teach this skill somewhere? Yes, I do. I have a couple of things. I have a Tibetan Bowl Sound Healing School, and all of my workshops are also online, and you learn them through video, and you learn them through handouts that I send, and also private mentoring sessions with me if you want to do everything online. And some people live far away and they can't go to the school. Right now, the hands-on introduction to sacred sound, Tibetan Bowl Sound Healing, is done by a colleague of mine who was a student and is now a practitioner, who's also the musical director of the Blue Man Group. And he's doing that in Seattle, Washington in October. So please get in touch with me, and I'll put you in touch with David Corder, and that'll be helpful, and you can do that. And if you only want to work online, it's harder because, first of all, you don't have all the bowls most of the time. You can get a lot of information, but you won't be able to practice them unless you're already working with Tibetan bowls, and then you can add to your collection through what you learn. But it's really great to be able to have a hands-on session. You have somebody there all the time who's giving you feedback, who knows what they're doing, and who provides you with the entire scope of instruments that you need to learn to do a private session or to do a sound bath. So I hope that's helpful. Let's see, what else do I have? Okay. Any other messages? Any other questions right now? I also work with animals. I have worked mostly with dogs, therapy dogs, and dogs that have had a little bit of trouble, either energetically or the bowls. What they do is they bring down the trigger. They bring down the aggression trigger of a dog. And I have to say that dogs are even more aware of the harmonics than humans are, because they hear a lot more harmonics. And so when you work with animals, you have to know that. They're also like children. You won't get a second chance. You can't talk your way out of it. If you scare an animal or if you hurt an animal through how you're doing what you're doing, you will not get forgiveness as you might with a human being, because they don't understand. They'll just leave the room and they're not going to come back. They'll see you with that instrument and it'll remind them of fear. So when you're working with animals, again, you have to know what you're doing. You have to know that You only really want to work with the lower instruments. You probably won't strike those instruments because that's quick. You probably only want to do soothing sounds, and eventually you'll be able to take your hand with an instrument on it and put it on one of the animal's chakras. But that might take a while. And the first one that I did was in Phoenix, Arizona, and it was for 42 dogs and their owners. One of the things about working with animals, especially dogs and horses, is if there is something going on with the animal, there's probably a reflection of something going on with the owner. And so it's good to be able to work with both. The same with children with autism. If you're interested in working with children with autism, you have to really understand about what they are receptive to and not receptive to, and not have your agenda try to override where they're at. This is true for all of us. We have agendas for ourselves, and we're not always where we need to be to meet that agenda. What we do then is we tend to criticize ourselves. We tend to have that, this is also sound healing, the inner voice that lets us know that we're stupid or that we're incompetent or, whatever it happens to be. And this is part of what the work with the bowls do, is they help us to become aware of how much negative chatter we're playing for ourselves over and over again, and over time begin to change that into supportive, to become like a healing perfect parents that will always mirror what you've just done, but in a gentle way, and encourage you and help you rather than try and force something. This is a big part of what happens. The other thing that's really important to understand is that when you're working with the Tibetan bowls and sound, you are activating the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is called the wanderer. It goes from the brainstem all the way through your body, and it accesses every major organ in your body, also your inner ear. So when the bowls are here, you're really getting that vibration, and it is traveling to all your major organs. And what happens when your vagus nerve is activated? When the vagus nerve is activated, it energizes, it touches, and it offers feelings, sensations of equanimity, of warmth, of safety, of love. And the kind of love is like as if you were a parent and you were rocking your baby. That kind of warm, safe love. That's what we need, a lot more of that. If you don't have bowls, if you don't have sacred sound instruments, there are other ways to activate your vagus nerve, and one of them is simply humming. Humming a sweet, long, keeping the notes long, and feeling the vibrations. If you can send the vibrations to the back of your neck, that's great. That's a great thing. Also, there are certain kinds of massages because the vagus nerve here you can activate by giving yourself a massage. But I think that the humming is really a great alternative to the work of the bowls. I'm going to pause here for any other questions or comments. Okay, I'm not sure how much longer I have.
It's actually time.
It's actually time?
Yep, it's time.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And I hope that this has offered you a little bit of a view into the modality of Tibetan bowl sound healing.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your magic. It was wonderful to have you.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next speaker is here, and that is Tracy Ann Rose. Hi, how are you?
Hi guys, I'm doing well. How's everybody doing today?
Doing great. I will let you have the floor. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing your magic with us.
Oh, thank you all for coming. I've been listening in, just catching the vibe, and I'm really excited to talk to all of you. So I'm going to see if I can share my screen. So Andrew, could you help me with that? I was going to do a presentation. If not, that's cool too. I can talk them through it.
Yeah, I'll turn it on for you right now. There you go.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. All right, you guys. So mine is more presentation style. I want to give you guys a little bit of a taste of who I am, not only as an empath and as a sensitive, but also as a spiritual sales coach. That is how I like to channel my energy. So I want to invite you to this masterclass, Entrepreneurship Energetics, Make 10K Months Your Way. So I did see in the chat previously when we were talking about like what wealth are we wanting to manifest, a few numbers, but I would love to see like how many of you want to make 100K this year? How many of you are looking towards, I think I saw 30 million in the chat. Go ahead and drop that in the chat for me. And just so I can get kind of like a vibe of what we are going to go through. And I think the chat should still show up in presentation mode, but I guess we'll see. We'll find out. Okay, yeah, the chat does still work. Awesome. So yeah, anyone who's, drop your number if you want 100K, if you want 1 million, if you want 30K, if you want 10K, if that feels like that's going to respond to your nervous system, drop that in the chat. And if you're watching the replay, you can feel free to DM me or email me any of your answers as well. This training is sponsored by Soul Centered Success. And just a quick outline of what we're going to get into today. We're going to do an additional giveaway, and we're all giving away freebies. But when you ask empaths for one freebie, they give you 2, right? Like that's just how we are. Oh, I'm seeing 500,000 in the chat, 400K months. Yes, Andrew. Yes. Okay. I'm loving this energy. So we are going to do, let me go back. Sorry about that, guys. We are going to do another giveaway. So I have a content creation meditation freebie that I did for one of my clients. This helped her create content on TikTok that was very authentic to her. She wasn't pushing for the algorithm. It's led to over 30K in sales. So I want to give that away to anyone who emails me or tags me on social media. I'll put my social media IG right here. So anyone who wants to get that meditation, just tag me or email me and I'll put it in your inbox. I think Andrew will drop the emails in a little bit. So we're going to go through the Soul Deep Sales Method because I strongly believe on connecting on a soul level in order to find those clients where we can best serve them and really support them in the process of them being them. I love people to get paid for being themselves. And then I'll talk about soul-centered success, and we'll end with a Q&A with live coaching and or energy reading. I'll give you your option. I feel like this is more of an energy reading vibe. So if you're ready for a free energy reading that's going to tackle your manifestation and abundance blocks, please stay to the end and let me know. So a lot of the times as empaths, as spiritual people, we are stuck in this state of not actualizing our ideas. We have 1 million that come in, 1 million downloads, and sometimes we're simply not actualizing them. We're not manifesting them. Or maybe we enter this stage of constant procrastination, usually fueled by overthinking, perfectionism, and imposter syndrome. So we're telling ourselves, you can't do that. My family has never done that. How would it be possible for me? Or what will people think of me if they see me taking up that space? So if you've ever felt like any of these align with how you're feeling, drop that in the chat. Yeah, Maria says, I am. And so we also have this tendency as empaths to undercharge. this is one of our biggest blocks to abundance. I will say it again. This is one of our biggest blocks to abundance, is we believe that in order to be in integrity, we need to undercharge, when in reality, when we are undercharging, what we are saying is that we are undervaluing our purpose on this earth. We are saying like, thank you, Divine Source, for giving me all these gifts, but I don't really believe in myself. I don't really think my purpose is worth living out. So if you have, and when I say undercharging, I mean that you cannot make a living from your services because of the pricing. So just look at that if that's talking to you, and it's nothing negative, it's nothing personal, it's just something that you need to be aware of as you start to step into your gifts more fully. And then we've talked about this a lot on the summit. Negative self-talk is a huge sign of when we are holding ourselves back. And then I've noticed this with entrepreneurs who are spiritual, constantly switching niches. So, and this keeps this person, us, it keeps us broke when we do this. So I see this a lot if you're into astrology, and feel free to drop in the chat your sun signs if you know them. So if you're into astrology, this is very common with people with mutable sign placements. So I'm talking Pisces, Sagittarius, Gemini, Virgo. We will, yeah, Sagittarius, Ashley, you know, and Virgo, yeah. So you guys know, we'll switch up our Libra, fellow Libra, Maria. I'm also a Libra. We'll switch up our things really fast because we want it to be fresh. We see so many sides of things, and this is also common with air signs, honestly, too. And then also, there's this element of being terrified that your parents will disown you. A lot of us, when we are entrepreneurs and, you know, the spiritual black sheeps of the families, the cycle breakers, we have an unconscious fear that stops us from moving forward. And it's usually masked as perfectionism, honestly. And sometimes we convince ourselves, okay, intuition doesn't lead to financial financial success. It's for our white counterparts, or it's not for us. Like, they're gifted, they're great at marketing, but I'm not. So this is what you really want. You want to contribute to your household. You want to stop relying financially on others. You want to quit your 9-to-5 or your 3 part-time gigs and really just focus on showing up, being present, and serving from a place of passion. Yes, Virgo on the cusp of Libra with Gemini rising. We've been a triple threat of an add-on. Yeah. So there's a lot of thinking that goes on, probably a lot of overthinking, Stephen. Let me know if that resonates with you. And so you also want repeatable, reliable strategies that work for your energy. You don't want to just be trying to fit yourself into somebody else's mold because they're more successful for you than you. And like, let's be clear, success is holistic, right? It's not in the money that you're making. It's also in the fulfillment that you're feeling, as well as service, you know, living your purpose. And you also want to be paid for your passions and your purpose. You want more time freedom and location independence. You want community, a safe space with people like this, right? Who speak the same language as you. So let me know if any of these are really resonating with you, where you're feeling like, yes, I'm ready for something that makes more sense in my day-to-day life, that's really repeatable, that allows me to be me, that allows me to contribute. You feel free to drop it in the chat. Yeah. Ooh, Virgo with Sagittarius rising. Yes, an exquisite mix indeed. I'm sure you're full of ideas. Sun sign Aries, rising Cancer. Oh, so yeah, you're a made healer. I love that. And so you must be feeling a lot of the energies, and we'll go into some of the energies of that have like moved into Aries recently, because this is huge, you guys. So I'm a spiritual sales coach, speaker, author, certified freedom coach, and certified Reiki master teacher of over 10 years. This is my passion. I specifically like to work with all people, but I'm very big on equity. My Libra sun is all about equity. So I like to work with misrepresented and underrepresented groups, especially. Like, I was that kid on the playground who always wanted to be friends with those who were neglected or just weren't receiving enough attention, for whatever reason. And that has continued with me for the rest of my life, where I'm just very passionate about helping the people who don't often get to be in the spotlight, but who have so much to offer. And so empaths, are huge for me. Sensitives, huge for me. Anyone who's walking a spiritual path. So I just use my energy reading gifts, my degree in psychology, and my love of astrology and human design, honestly, numerology, to create spaces for women of color to build up healthy mindset, have work-life balance, and create their business as I have, guided by their passions and purpose. But I'm really working with anybody who believes in equity. If you believe in equity, if you believe we all have a purpose, I would love to connect with you further. So how did I get here? This is me a few years ago. I want to say 3 years ago during the pandemic, maybe 4. My dog here is like protecting me, transmuting my energy. I was very sick. I've dealt with a lot of autoimmune diseases, so that's led to a lot of being bedridden. I spend a lot of my time resting and recouping. But so let me know if you've also felt that too. You're an empath and a sensitive too, Simone. And I'd be curious, how many of you guys have dealt with health issues? Because that I've noticed is very common for empaths and sensitive, especially when we are in an environment that doesn't quite understand what they're dealing with our parents. Yeah, so I'm seeing Brenda, I'm seeing Belinda, I'm seeing, Stephen. Yeah, we've all had that journey, right? And I think it's very important to recognize it doesn't mean that we're wrong inherently. It's something to get us to that next point, and it's something to understand us. And so my Taurus rising believes in a lot of comfort and a lot of nurturance. And so I've learned how to work with my body instead of work against my body. And so I used to charge $0 for 90-minute Reiki sessions because I love the work, right? And I would get swept up in the energy, but it wasn't sustainable for a living. And then I had no course or strategy that actually worked for me. I was scared to invest in my spiritual business because my husband was the breadwinner. I was not. And so a lot of perfectionism came as a feeling of safety, and let me know if you guys have ever felt that, like you have to be perfect in order to be safe, in order to belong. Or if you feel like, oh my gosh, I can't invest in another thing because my husband will get so mad at me, or what will my parents think, anything like that. Yeah, so we've got some people who are really resonating. And then it really can be difficult, especially when we can't find the support that we need. And people keep telling us, no, you have to do it this way to be successful. I'm here to tell you, you absolutely do not. There's success for everybody. So once I changed, I made 10K. And I'll teach you the strategies that I learned to do this. I made 10K in sales in 2 weeks. I signed $4,900 coaching clients. And now I know exactly which courses, coaches, and strategies will give me an ROI. And I understand that my authenticity is my greatest impact. So I'm going to move through these pretty quickly. So if you're on the replay, feel free to, screenshot. Same thing for if you're in present, feel free to screenshot just so that I have time to support you guys energetically as well. So my mission, of course, is to celebrate women of color especially, but empaths, sensitives, those who are here who believe in equity and supporting with your spiritual gifts, being authentic and vulnerable. We don't want to believe that this leads to lack of credibility anymore. We're over it. We don't want to do twice the work and be paid half as much. And we don't want to buy into this false timeline of if you were meant to be successful, you would be already. That's just pure ego. Also, we want to understand that just because a market may seem oversaturated with people who are different than us, that doesn't mean that we can't make a huge impact. And that you don't have to have everything figured out before you can have 10K months. When I made my first 10K months, I literally did not have an offer. I did not know what I was selling, but I had put myself out there. People saw my work and they're like, I want to work with you intensely. And I was like, okay, well, how do I format that? So that's a really big thing for the air signs. We struggle with formatting things. So if you're a Libra, Aquarius, or Gemini, sometimes you can get a little bit in your head about that. Let me know if that resonates. So you might be in this draining cycle where you have all these downloads, you jot them down, you put in your notes app, maybe even film some content about it, but then you don't get any new sales calls, you don't get any new sales. Okay, Scorpio. So then you might have trouble at times, and let me know if this resonates, Monica, with having people who are ready to go as deep as you go. Let me know. So then after you feel that you get that hit, but you don't get the sales calls, you're like, oh, let me get a new coach. Let me try a new morning routine. Let me get a new course. Still, nothing works. And you start to feel like something is wrong with yourself. And then next, you start to avoid the coaching portal, yeah. Or you start to go into perfectionism mode. You try to post 5 to 7 times a day. We all know that leads to burnout. And once again, no sales. Or maybe you start searching for a 9 to 5 again, or maybe you move in with your parents, or maybe you're getting multiple part-time gigs because you're like, ugh, this doesn't feel sustainable. I need a break. So let me know if you've ever been in part of the draining cycle, if that's resonating with you. And Monica, I did see that you said, yes, it can be sometimes difficult with like finding those clients who want to go deep. That's something that we can always work on. And I can drop my sales call link in the chat for you guys if that's something that you're interested in. Okay. And then these are some of my testimonials from when I first started my business. And some from since, of course. And so a lot of times as empaths, we think something's wrong with ourselves. You think something's wrong with you, that things haven't worked out yet, so they're never going to. False. Like, this is false. I've worked with so many women, 30s and upwards, who they just, once they find their pocket, once they understand how they work individually, things just start to work fluently. Yeah, Monica, no clients, not yet. I want to say not yet for you. So we'll talk about how to get those deeper clients. So we'll just go over how it shows up, running on the social media hamster wheel, undercharging. We covered that. Million ideas that don't come to fruition. Tweaking on ChatGPT instead of talking to people. This one hurts my heart the most. Just talk to people in your community. And so the main solution that I'm offering today is to help you to use your self-trust, use your intuition, use your unique energy signature to make 10K on your terms. And so this is me again. I bartered to avoid rejection. I was bedridden from my autoimmune disease. I had a big pick me energy. Stephen, you're saying you don't know how to market the skills. You've been into your head with a plan. Stephen, remind me of your big 3 if you know them astrologically. I had a lot of pick me energy because I was in the entertainment industry and I was making about 2K a year from acting and working as a promo model and brand ambassador. And so after I'm getting paid to transform lives, I made 11K in less than 2 months, even when I was bedridden for several weeks. That was tough. I've been sought out for speaking engagements, summits, collaborations, podcasts, and bundles. It's been really great. And I'm using my strengths to show up and change lives, even when I'm not at 100%. Virgo, Libra, and Gemini rising. Okay, so there's probably a lot of self-criticism and a lot of wanting to serve other people at the highest level, Stephen, but then kind of maybe sacrificing yourself in the process. Let me know if that resonates. And Simone, you're saying you don't know how to market the skills too. Okay, we're going to go into that. Let's go ahead and like move into the strategies. Oh, thank you, Tara, or Tara. Please feel free to correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name. So rest creates revenue. This is my favorite. This gets me excited. So rest creates revenue, and I'm going to give you a few examples. In my own business, how this looks is my Fridays are called my unicorn days. So my husband and I each have one a week, and it's one day where we just get to be ourselves. So I spend the day connecting with the divine, however that looks to me that day, if that's taking a nature walk, if that's playing excessive amounts of Candy Crush, because it puts me in a flow state where I get my intuitive hits. I just let myself do whatever I want to do. And my husband, he supports me in that. If you are somebody who's if you're somebody who's single and still has responsibilities, no worries. It's just talking to your spouse and carving out that time for yourself. You love all the Venus energy, Libra and Taurus. Yes. Tara, I see. Okay. Thank you, Tara, for correcting me. And thank you, Stephen, for letting me know that it resonates. Travel is huge for us empaths. When we get out of our familiar energy, we'll just have insights like this, and you'll suddenly feel like, oh my gosh, life is so much easier. I also highly recommend traveling around eclipses. Kind of like something you won't hear a ton of, but I've had the most transformational breakthrough through eclipses and traveling around those points. Also, when you have the rest that your nervous system needs, you're able to recognize avoidance versus alignment. So sometimes we were like, oh my gosh, I'm procrastinating so much, especially shout out to the air signs and the water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, we will think, oh my gosh, I'm a bad person, I'm a bad business owner, I haven't done this thing. But in reality, you haven't done that thing because it's misaligned. So when you have the proper rest in your nervous system, you're able to delineate what's coming into the channel, if it's misalignment or if it's avoidance and procrastination. So this is one of my clients, Jessica. I'll just do the highlights. She uses unicorn days as mermaid days, which I really love. She's rebranded it and I'm like, go girl. She was getting a lot of people saying she wanted to work with her, but she didn't know how. She hadn't signed a client or had a sales call in over a year when we started working together. But she was constantly posting, constantly, and she had a podcast and she was giving free coaching. So after we started talking about working together, she took 3 weeks off to go to Japan and she implemented her version of Unicorn Days, Mermaid Days. And now she feels really confident and comfortable offering a sales call from a place of service. And after 2 weeks of working together, she made 5K in sales. So proud of her. So the second strategy is play to profit. So this is really big for our Scorpios, our fixed signs, Scorpio, Leo, Aquarius, Taurus, and of course the mutable signs, but you guys are naturally prone to play, which I love. To play to profit, this is like, instead of looking at traditional marketing strategies, I think that especially for Monica, look at instead going to events, places, doing activities that you naturally enjoy, because your energy in those spaces is going to magnetize people to you who are ready to have those deep conversations, who are ready to pay to work with you. So that is something to keep in mind. If you are struggling with marketing, start going to places you want to go to. Start attending events like this, and you start to build up a community that's very easy to talk to, and it expedites the no trust like process because you have the same values and the same passions, and it just kind of like deepens that groove in your neural pathways more quickly. And it just makes networking fun and organic. It also warms up your leads faster. Yes, Simone. Yeah, it never feels right when we're doing traditional marketing strategies because it's not meant for us. And so that leads us to the next slide. Giving away your power to more successful coaches is what's keeping us broke. When we tell ourselves, oh no, we got to do it this way, we got to do it that way, we're actually shortchanging ourselves and shortchanging the path that we are meant to live, to lead. Because if you're here, you're a leader, you're a trailblazer. So this is one of my clients, Alyssa. She is the one who made over 30K by simply doing what she loves, astrology, tarot, and helping people heal relationship trauma. She also was the one with the content creation meditation. She created a viral series on TikTok if you want to check it out. It's called, I think it's called Zodiac Signs Acts of Aggression. So she also trusted herself to create and release her first course that's on track to make her first 100K. But she used to be terrified of being judged on TikTok for aesthetics because, you guys, Virgo placement, Aquarius sun. You see how it's showing up here? And she also wanted to prove she was an expert. We got that Virgo signature as well. And then she also believed she had to struggle to earn a living wage, which is something that we think have all internalized from capitalism. So let me know who you guys are resonating with so far. Do you resonate with Jessica's journey? Do you resonate with Alyssa's journey? Let me know in the chat. Alyssa, yeah. So support for sales. This is one of my faves. Support for sales. So this is when you're actually working with your brain, body, and your soul's blueprint. And when I talk blueprint, I'm talking about your natural energetics. I'm talking about your astrology, your numerology, your human design, all of those tools. Once you understand them, it allows you to take action from a place of empowerment. Simone, lol, I'm kind of broke with no job at all. Living limited doesn't feel nice. Welfare. So yeah, we really would need to do some work then around building up your abundance mindset, as well as reaching the people who already understand what you have to give. Because I'm not about like, I'm about low lift. So Taurus rising, like I want it to be easy. So it would be looking at your current schedule and how to actually slot in what I call money-making activities, which is usually just connecting with people and then offering them your services. So this is kind of what we're talking about. Small steps equal huge leaps forward. Work part-time hours for a minimum of 5 figures, and also like doing it in a schedule that works for you. So for example, if you know that you need to ground before you go out into the world, do that. If you know that you need to do yoga before you offer a sales call, do that. Like, don't make yourself wrong, basically. So this is a client and friend, Dessa. So she worked over a decade in Hollywood without moving her career forward, working multiple stressful jobs for free. She wrote award-winning scripts that never sold. And after we worked together, she became a development executive for a major production company that focuses specifically on her niche, which I love. And she has this flexibility to work throughout her week where she can spend time with her kids. She's got I think she's got 2 days off, Monday and Friday, completely free. And the rest of it is very flexible for her. She gets to spend time with her her child, and explore creative projects. And she's just received a residual check, an unexpected windfall of $6K out of nowhere. The place she was getting residuals from before was in the hundreds. And then all of a sudden it jumped up to $3K, and then she got a $3K gift. But this was all because she was in alignment with her specific energetics and giving herself the support that she needed. So just to recap, you might feel like you don't know how to run a successful spiritual business, but the fix is to develop your intuition and self-trust so that you know which strategies will give you an ROI and that work-life balance. So let me know in the chat which of these you need to implement. If you need to do more resting, I'm like looking at you fire signs, you fire signs and fixed signs, Sag, Leo, why can't I remember? Oh, Aries. Sometimes we forget to rest. Play. Do you need to do more play? Are you being too hard on yourself? That's usually our earth signs. Look at that there, and as well as our water signs. So Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. And then, or do you need more support to create 10K months? So let me know if that's resonating for you. I can see that a lot of times in the mutable signs as well as the earth signs, they can feel a little bit self-conscious about supporting themselves. So I'm scrolling up. Okay, Simone said, what I have to offer doesn't fit for the people in the country I'm living in. Then I would recommend finding more clients online. And then Andrew, I think I need to play. I'm a Capricorn. Yeah, okay, for sure. Capricorns, we like to achieve, right? Like I have a Capricorn stellium, so I can speak on that. So playing, yeah. Once we start to allow ourselves to play, so much is freeing to us. Oh, your big three is all fixed signs. Fascinating. Yeah, definitely need to play. Support, said Ashley. Linda, all of the above. Love it. Love it. Scorpio, yeah, get that support. There's no shame in it. I think a lot of Scorpios feel like you can't receive, that you're not allowed to. Oh, you got so you received it, Maria, intuitively before I even said it. I love that. More support, have been attempting more joy and play. Yeah, and Stephen, what might also help is like resetting your nervous system. That seems like it would be really helpful for you to recognize what is play again, because when we get disconnected, it can be kind of hard to find sometimes. Simone said, yeah, more playing as a Virgo, hear that. Capricorn are some of the most loving people I know. Aren't they the greatest? Like, I love Capricorns. My mom's a Capricorn. So this is just introducing soul-centered success. We work on offer design. We work on developing your intuition. I believe that everyone should have their intuition, follow their own intuition. I will give you my intuitive insights always, 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 but I'm always going to support you listening to your intuition, because that's how you can start to understand how it comes through your body, your brain, and how it shows up in your soul's blueprint. So we also work on connection and visibility. That's huge, because you don't need to do traditional marketing. You just need to connect. Work on time management, making everything fit in your schedule. Alignment, knowing the difference of like what alignment feels like in the body. A lot of people are like, oh, it's a hell yes in my body. For me, it's neutrality. For Jessica, it is self-doubt, funny enough. And for Alyssa, it is fear. So it shows up differently for each person, but once we understand how it shows up in our bodies and what it's tied to, especially in our childhood, we're able to circumvent the brain there. And adaptability and resilience. Ooh, we got a life path 6 in the house. I'm scrolling up, you guys. Scorpio, Sagittarius rising, Gemini moon, master numbers 1133, life path 6. I love a good life path 6. Yeah, you're all about service, Monica. So this is for you if you're tired of things that don't feel like you belong, like if you feel like you're just taking up space in group programs, if you want to stop wasting time on ineffective expert strategies, if you don't have high energy levels, like if you struggle with autoimmune issues like me, If you don't like social media, this is for you. I'm not a huge fan. If you keep hitting a plateau in your income, this is for you. And if you want to enjoy your money instead of constantly chasing the next sale in terms of like hustle culture, which I'm not about. And if you want your business to be based on your values and your gifts instead of like an arbitrary brand. So someone said, what do you recommend if someone still feels they don't know what their gifts are, or if their gifts are not developed yet to offer something? Paula, I have so many questions for you because, and maybe I know, Andrew, that I'm at time. So let me know if I do have a little bit of time to talk to people. If not, no worries. You can always email me. I know Andrew's dropped the link, or you can sign up for a sales call. Link is here. If you want to talk more in depth about your particular career, I'm always happy to do that. We have some very big transits that are happening right now that are all about being in the light as a spiritual warrior. Saturn in Aries. This is huge. This is all about building structure based on who you are at soul level. Neptune in Aries is about using your intuition and discerning your intuition, Paula, like discerning how your intuition comes through, because there are a million ways that it comes through based on your gifts and also your ancestry, honestly. And then we have Jupiter in Cancer, which is all about bringing that nurturing energy and expanding our healing gifts. So this is a great like transit, Paula, for you to utilize. Tara, you said big energy, new moon. I know. Set your intentions for July 24th. Yes, it's supposed to be very exciting. So this is just going over. We do energy clearing and goal setting, weekly calls and implementation support. So we work on the call so you don't have homework. We do customized somatic practices so you can regulate your nervous system, and we do a work-life balance playbook so that you're not overexerting yourself. And you also have me for Slack support throughout. So if you get something energetically fishy, like I have your back, and I'll give you my own read on it. So Soul-Centered Success is $6K paid in full, split pay $3,500, and I'm offering a 48-hour bonus for everyone here. And you'll still get the 2 freebies, don't worry. This is a 30-minute financial flow energy reading that actually kicked off my career. It was super powerful. It's how I knew that I needed to be a spiritual sales coach. What happened was I was serving a BIPOC manifestation community, and I was wondering, okay, like is energy work really going to be viable for me? And I just tested out these sessions and people went bananas. So people went bananas for them. And within 2 weeks to 2 months, they all had drastic changes in their careers. And so that's why I knew, okay, spirituality, energy reading, understanding the body, that is what's going to take people's businesses to the next level, especially as empaths. So thank you guys for taking the time to listen to everything. I hope that you guys got something out of it where you're understanding more of like the mechanisms of how you work. Andrew, I know we're at time, so please let me know if I need to cut it off now. That's a-okay. If we have 5 minutes, I can do a quick energy reading for somebody.
Yeah, you can do, or keep going for 5 more minutes. You're the last person, so if you want to go on a little extra, you can.
Okay, so first person to write energy reading in the chat is who I will go with. Oh, thank you, Belinda. Energy reading, Simone. Simone, I saw you first. Okay, Simone, let's talk. So what is your biggest block when it comes to receiving right now, receiving and hitting your financial goals?
It's not knowing where to go, because everything came to a stop. I had to reevaluate everything because I think I did it with the conditioned intentions that aren't really me. And now it's like, well, I'm not sure where to go. And at the moment, it's not procrastination. It just feels like I'm waiting for something. So I'm working in the time. I don't know what waiting is, maybe the wrong word. It's like doing the work on myself.
Yes.
The other stuff feels like on hold, but honestly, it's like part of me as a human wants to know, hey, where am I going? And I don't know anything at all. It's like not getting answers. Is it still the healing part? Did it change? There's so much going on and no money flowing in.
Okay. So Simone, let's just go back to like you saying that you don't know how to, you're like perceiving your gifts. Tell me, when you meditate, what is your experience? I'm guessing you don't get visuals.
I get everything. I use all my channels. I can see, feel, I know, and I hear.
Okay. So then the problem is not that you're not getting anything. It's that you're having trouble deciphering it and then honing it into a specific vision. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like what I thought it was really crumbled completely down. And when I connect and ask, I don't get my questions answered.
Huh.
It's like, I'm telling you.
I'm intrigued because, okay, energetically, you are sparked as like in my mind, in my like how I'm sensing your energy, you are an extremely intuitive person. I feel like there's an unconscious part of yourself telling yourself no. And just like what I'm picking up, I'm not in your energetic field because I did not ask for permission. I'm just sensing energy around it. And sometimes this is a hard age for people to kind of remember, but I feel like something, and you don't have to disclose anything if it feels private, but I'm feeling like something happened around the age to 5 to 7 that really shut you down from being more creatively expressive.
Yes,
and you're seeing
totally.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, it's true.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
true. I experienced abuse, so
yes.
completely shut down. I really lost who I was because I wasn't allowed to be myself anymore.
I'm so sorry that you went through that. I'm really sorry that that was your experience. I work with a lot of people. I have like a trauma-informed certification on coaching. And so I work with a lot of people who have been through that trauma. And we work on helping them find their joy again, their authenticity again. Because like how I see it energetically is that part of you has not died. That part of you is just closed off in a dark room, which to me means that some of the qualities that you know maybe triggered your abuser, that they were put into your shadow. So now it feels like unsafe to access them. And this is the reason why you're feeling this like, oh, like I'm waiting, is because the child is waiting for you to energetically take it out of the room. That's what's going on there. I did want to ask if you have any more questions before we close.
I did some work around my inner children because that stuff came up a lot, but it's like I totally miss that there is still something closed off. It's like, can't really connect with that. And I wonder why.
I'm going to say the best way to connect with that part of yourself is to do what you used to love then. So like connect back to, even if it's as simple as a coloring book, even if it's as simple as like playing pretend, like that's something that really frees up my energy. And I realize now part of why I went into the acting industry. So taking that time to be silly, because I feel like you don't let yourself be too silly either. Like there's what I feel is like there's like almost like a rigidness sometimes on how you feel like you need to present in order to feel seen and like a sense of belonging. So these are a few tips that I would give you. Of course, you can always email me, book a sales call with me, anything like that. I know I wasn't able to get to all the energy readings for today. So if you're interested, please feel free to email me. I think Andrew has dropped the link a few times, and I'll drop the link to a sales call with me. And there's no, what's the word? There's no pressure on the call. It's literally just us talking, seeing if we're a good fit. And then if yes, we can move forward. And I do offer payment plans in case anyone was curious, because I know that there are financial hardships that are going on, and I honor that and I respect that. And Tara, I like that you were saying if you can maybe extend a little past the 23rd for people to catch the new moon energy. That's so sweet. You know what? If you mention it in the call form, I'll do that for you. So like if you're watching the replay and you mention it in the call form, if you mention that new moon energy, yeah, I'll extend the bonus for you. I have no qualms with that. But thank you, Andrew, for this space. Thank you for the extra time. So sorry for going over, but I'm really honored to support all of you and to talk more to all of you in the future. Thank you for being here in this beautiful community, and thank you for creating it, Andrew. Really appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here and for going extra. It was awesome to hear you answer the questions and to help guide people further. Thank you so much for giving us your time and for being here and for again sharing your magic.
Oh, thank you so much.
Alrighty, so you guys were at the end, and let me spotlight. All right, here I am. Oh, the lighting is weird. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're at the end. The replay will be happening soon. I just have to edit the videos and get them ready on my site so that you guys can therefore watch them. There'll be 2 days of replays, and you'll have 7 days to watch them on. There are a lot. So take your time. Enjoy them at your leisure. And then afterwards, if you feel called to it and you want to have them forever to get more healing or more guidance or whatever, you can purchase the VIP pass, which is $47. And that gives you access to both days forever. And if you want to upgrade, you can get you can get access to both events and have a reading with me, a session with me, reading or healing. Whatever you choose. But yeah, everybody's links will be available once the replay is happening, and it should be available by tomorrow, starting tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to get everything edited by tonight. It won't take that long. So that you guys can watch and enjoy it from Tuesday on to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of next week. But yeah, so I'll get that out for you guys. And if you guys, again, do want to purchase a reading or purchase the VIP pass, here is the link to do so. And thank you all for staying for this full day, for a full Monday, spending a full Monday with me and all the amazing speakers. When the replay comes out, when it goes live, you'll have all their links there so that you can access their free gifts and accept any offers they have so that you can explore deeper with them. So you'll have all this time to reconnect if you need to. And again, you can go back for the next 7 days to watch the replay and enjoy any speaker you may have missed, especially for those who are listening. You can enjoy any speaker you may have missed or enjoy the entire experience if you missed it. So yeah, thank you again, everyone, for being here. And thank you for staying all day. This is wonderful. And I'm glad to have met some of you that I haven't gotten to meet. It was wonderful to work with you all. It was wonderful to see everyone connect with you and connect with your energies and help you through things that seemed difficult. So yeah, thank you so much. Look out in your emails for the live events, or for the replay, for the replays. They'll be coming out again soon. And again, thank you guys again for spending so long, for spending 2 days, all day with me. But yeah, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your Monday, and I'll see you guys when the replay goes live. Bye.